Okay, guys. Let me just check audio here. Okay, guys. Let me just check audio here. That sounds pretty good to me. All right, audio's live. Studio setup has some new lighting, so we're excited about that. Let's see. This side looks a little bit bright. Let's turn this side is the side that looks a little bit bright. That's probably better. All right. Well, another busy day of severe weather, and storms have gone up pretty fast here late afternoon, early evening on June 13th, 2024. It's about 5:30, just about 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings here from Michigan, northern Indiana, down through Illinois, Missouri, and into Kansas. Also, some strong storms going up here in the Texas Panhandle. One of the latest Storm Prediction Center discussions is a new watch area down here in the northern Texas Panhandle, so we should be getting that in a few minutes. And then we've also had a number of storms go severe in Canada today, particularly up here in Cottage Country in Ontario, and then also southwestern Quebec. A few tornado warnings still in Canada. I know earlier I haven't looked in a little bit, but about 2 hours ago there was a pretty good number of good-looking organized supercells in southwestern Quebec. So we'll take a look at that later here in the broadcast. And then also we'll check in on South Florida. Another rainy day for parts of South Florida, especially earlier. It was back into Naples, Fort Myers. Now it's back into the Miami metro with another flash flood warning. So we're looking at that here. Out ahead of this line of storms, it's very hot, very humid. The camera here live right now is just out on US 64 or US 61, I-64 here west of St. Louis, and looking northbound towards the storms. I don't think we can see them yet, but it is a very hot and humid day in the St. Louis metro. We may get these storms right now are a little individual, but we may get them to cluster. That's what the models were hinting at, and possibly have a Mississippi River runner that comes down the Mississippi through Hannibal and into the St. Louis metro. So we'll see about that here this evening. And then also the other camera I have up and running right now. Put this up. This is Miami here. This is the 395 east of Bridge Road here, looking back towards Miami. So we see the palm trees swaying in some of the tropical breezes. This has gotten dark a few times, so we can see the showers and storms working their way through the camera. I have to check the radar. Looks like maybe a little bit of a shelf cloud action back here. So we'll have to take a look at the camera and see, but at least visually, it looks like maybe a little bit of a shelf cloud back here. So we'll check that out and probably have some more cameras up later as the stream goes too. So overall, right now, it's a little bit better of a drive in Miami, but there are flash flood warnings in the Miami metro. So we'll take a look at those. And still a lot of air traffic delays this afternoon, pretty much all day here for South Florida. So, all right, let's get into it. This is our Storm Prediction Center risk area here. And like we talked about at the end of the stream last night, they did expand the tornado risk a little bit. They added a little bit higher 5% area. And then they've also expanded that, like I mentioned last night. Looked like the models were going to make it a little more favorable in Michigan, so they did expand that up into Michigan today. Environment Canada has a pretty favorable environment here where those tornado warnings are in Canada right now. So we'll definitely dive into those. And then this today is primarily a damaging wind. Could get hurricane force winds or even higher. 80, 85 mile an hour winds are possible with some of these storms, especially from western Illinois down through northern Missouri and into Kansas. And then also a hail risk, pretty much in that same area, western Illinois, northern Missouri, stretching down towards the Kansas City metro. The strongest storms should be north of I-70. Once they get towards I-70, they should lose a little punch here as they go into St. Louis, but I think there still could be some pretty strong storms here later this evening in the St. Louis metro. So as you may have heard, there's already warnings going up new warnings here. So we're going to get started here pretty quickly with the radar tour. Let me get the outlook off, and then it is. Okay, outlook is off, and now we just have a big string of severe weather watches here. So we'll start out with our first warning here. It's over in Sarnia along I-69 here, just right on the border here between Michigan and Ontario. Looks like this is going to slide over the lake here in a few minutes. So shouldn't have too much longer there with that storm near Sarnia, Ontario here. Take a look at this one. It was riding pretty much a cluster of storms, riding right down 69, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and some small hail possible with that storm. Right now, the Detroit metro is okay. Storms have kind of missed downtown Detroit, Ann Arbor. So, okay, right now in Detroit. It's mostly south of there. It's South Michigan and northern Indiana that have some of the stronger storms right now. None of them are severe warned, but there are strong storms from about Jackson, Michigan, all the way down through Coldwater, Sturgis, and then approaching the Indiana Toll Road here around South Bend. And then point south, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning south of Gary and Merrillville, south of Valparaiso. This is around Wheatfield and Taft here with some high winds. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Might get some other severe storms here in this area. There are some pretty good-looking storms here around Plymouth in northern Indiana. And we'll see those probably fill in here. Right now, Chicago is looking okay. Most of the severe weather has also come through the Chicago area. Still looking for storms possibly building back into Peoria, Bloomington, Galesburg, Davenport. Right now, the strongest storms here are back into southern Iowa and also northern Missouri here. And unfortunately, this is that area we've dealt with before, from Ottumwa, Centerville, Iowa, down through Kirksville, Quincy, and Burlington, Iowa. This area is a bit of a radar hole, so unfortunately, we'll see about getting ultra details. Looks like Western Illinois' radar is up and running, but this only covers a small area around Macomb, Illinois, for their weather program. So that's helpful a little bit. Otherwise, we're looking at from radar sites here from the I-55 corridor, from the Quad Cities, and also from St. Louis. So if you have anyone in northern Missouri, northeast Missouri, southeast Iowa, and western Illinois, talk to your politicians, your congressmen. It would be great to have a NEXRAD radar site somewhere around Fort Madison, Keokuk, or even down towards Quincy. So we've already seen these storms go severe. They've already produced large hail. I retweeted that earlier here this afternoon. There was already photographs from storm chasers of 4 to 4.5 inch hail. That's grapefruit sized hail. It's a softball sized hail, and there might have even been some bigger ones in here. It's really consistently put down, close to 3-inch hail. But yeah, there has been some reports here around Lancaster, Missouri, just in from the Iowa border here along US 63 of some 4-inch hail. I'd say 4 to 5 inches. It was 4 inches is maybe a little conservative there. Some of those big storms have considerable threat tags for golf ball size hail. That's coming towards the Quincy, Missouri, or Quincy, Illinois area here, just in time for rush hour. Again, it's 5:38 Central Time, so we're approaching Quincy here at rush hour. That includes also Lewiston, Missouri, LaBelle. Considerable threat for tennis size to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Just past that, Edina, Rutledge, Bering, Missouri, 60-mile-an-hour winds, ping pong ball sized hail with that storm. And then also Kirksville, Truman University there. It's a college town. From Green City, Sticklerville, Novinger to Kirksville. That is a considerable threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Looks like some of the strongest hail here is west of Kirksville towards Stricklerville. So We'll watch those storms as they move south and east. I'll put the radar into motion. And you can see how those just have come together here. So those are building thunderstorms just within the last hour or so. And yeah, they're pretty much moving south and east. So areas out ahead of this: Hannibal, Quincy, Pittsfield, Louisiana, Bowling Green, Missouri, Whitehall, Pittsfield, Jacksonville, Illinois, and then possibly down the river here towards Alton, St. Charles, Edwardsville, Carlinville. You guys have to watch these storms, especially this area here that slides down the river. Some of the models take this down towards St. Louis. We'll see how strong that is, but there is a definite possibility that could continue. So right now we kind of have a couple batches of storms. We have the batch of storms here in northern Indiana, the batch of storms in northeast Missouri, southeast Iowa, and western Illinois. And then our other batch of storms right now is back here in Kansas. These have gone up pretty quickly here in the last little bit as well. Some strong storms already north of Salina, Kansas. We'll see there's a couple hail cores in there. But then there's some big hail cores back here towards Great Bend, Kansas. North of Otis here. Those are some pretty strong storms. Gusty winds in here too. So 60-mile-an-hour winds, half dollar size hail. I wouldn't be surprised as these continue to grow that we get some larger hail out of that storm here near Otis, Kansas. Yeah, golf ball size hail, considerable threat, but likely even a little bit larger than that. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for a considerable threat for these storms. That's near Burnell, McCracken, Alexander, Bazine, Nest City, Ransom. There's a few different storms in here that have some pretty good hail cores, especially that one here near McCracken and Brownell, Kansas. Some outflow storms, but these are producing some heavy winds right now out near Pierceville, Garden City. Already some 59 to 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's also some large hail in this storm, quarter-size hail at least. And then north of there towards Russell Springs, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and some large hail in there. Yeah, we can see those winds in here pretty good. There's 50, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds easy in here. There's a 72 showing up right there. Not all of this reaches the ground, but it's certainly possible, especially in the stronger areas of precip. That's coming towards Russell Springs, Elkader, Grove City, and around Sharon Springs. We already have at least a number of wind reports here out of this storm. All south of Goodland, all south of I-70 here in western Kansas. I've even had some storms going up here along I-70 near Lyman, Colorado. We'll have to watch that storm. Has already a pretty good hail core north of the highway, so we'll watch that as well. There's an isolated chance of some strong storms even back towards Cheyenne, Wyoming today, so we'll see if we get those to fire. There's also storms down here in northern Texas Panhandle. They're going up pretty quickly. That one has a little bit of rotation on it near Dalhart, but this already has a good hail core down along US 54. We'll have to watch that here in the northwest Texas Panhandle as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we get severe warnings out of there pretty soon. The newest warning is here. It's one of those storms north of Salina, Kansas. I mentioned that earlier. There's some pretty strong storms here near Lincoln, Kansas as well. Wouldn't be surprised if both of these get severe warnings here in a short amount of time. There's some hail cores showing up in those. So watching quite a bit of severe storms here in the Midwest. I want to quickly also turn attention to Canada. Quebec, Canada had a good number of tornado warnings earlier. There still is a tornado warning here near Lac Granette here in southwest Quebec here. That is a pretty nasty looking supercell. We can see that on the Canadian radar. This is one of those ones that were going for a while. Yeah, this is what I mentioned earlier here. About, when is this? About 3 p.m. 3:30 p.m. here, there was a bunch of supercells. One here, one up here, and probably even a couple more. One here and one here. Those have kind of combined a little bit. Yeah, you can see these southern two, and also this lead one here has stayed around for a while. Let's watch this. There's a bit of a squall line that's caught some of these. So still watching a few embedded supercells. There is some rotation in here near Reservoir de Calais. But it's the ones here that are still out in front of that squall line near Lac Simon, and also, let's see, Lac Yassur. There's not as much population out here. That's one good thing. But would not be surprised if these are tornadic supercells right in here along 117 in southwest Quebec. That one's pretty strong. There's also maybe a little circulation in this cell as well. So 3 or 4 cells here in Quebec that are easily capable of producing a tornado. I'd say out of all of them, this one here, 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 are a little more discrete. So yeah, I think we're probably seeing a pretty strong storm here in Quebec. Maybe even a CC drop in that one. That is a tornado warning here. Most of the strongest storms have now pushed through Val d'Or, Quebec. So they're all south and east of Val d'Or. If you don't have to travel south and east right now, do not. Along 117, unfortunately, this is an area that could have some more population with a highway right here. This is probably the strongest cell. And definitely has some strong rotation here. These more discrete individual cells also have larger hail in them. We can see that here in the purples. There's definitely some larger hail falling in these Quebec storms as well. But yeah, in particular, that storm, rotation here. There also is a bit of rotation in the storms here along the squall line here as well. So really watching those two in particular. 1 and 2, I would say, are probably the most imminently tornadic. Looks like there could be also in 3 here, that could be a CC drop right in there. That co-locates pretty good with that area rotation as well. So, yeah. Some pretty nasty cells here in Quebec. Would not be surprised if there's a couple tornadoes out here in southwestern Quebec. Probably a couple that have already happened. The good news is, again, this is a fairly less populated area here, especially once you get out of Val d'Or here in southwest Quebec. Also have storms coming into the cottage country. This is around areas here east of Lake Huron, Parry Sound, Bracebridge, over towards Huntsville, Ontario, and South River. These are strong, severe thunderstorms here. There is a little bit of rotation in some of these here as well. We have to watch that around Orville. But also, there are large hail in here. That one near Port Carling. Doesn't look imminently tornadic, but yeah, and also we can see those gusty winds bowing out here in this segment. Would not be surprised here if there's a little bit of an embedded circulation in that storm. And then also have strong storms with severe thunderstorm warnings here around Owen Sound. Those storms here, we can see their hail cores near Sauble Beach and Shallow Lake and Owen Sound here. Pretty good gusty winds as well. So we should see the storms increase here in severity and probably increase in numbers here in southwest Ontario. And then we'll also have to watch storms further south that are pushing in from the U.S. The storm that was severe warned on the U.S. side is also now severe warned here in Sarnia and Plymouth, Wyoming here along Lake Huron. We'll see that continue to ride along the lake, may head over towards Strathroy and Mount Carmel, Ontario. And yeah, now watching some stronger storms with a special weather statement here in southern Michigan. Those are those storms around Coldwater. Some pretty good hail showing up already in those storms, and also some gusty winds. So would not be surprised if we get a severe warning out of those later. We have a chat. What is going on in St. Louis right now? So St. Louis is good right now. We were talking about that a few minutes ago. This camera here, that's refreshing just a moment ago, that is from US 61 north of Troy, or north of St. Louis around Troy, Wentzville. So right about here, and we're looking to the north, so we're looking towards those storms. St. Louis right now, no severe weather in your area. It's all off to the north and west around Quincy, and then eventually approaching Hannibal. Quincy, Kirksville, and that area here in northeast Missouri. We do have to watch some of these storms, especially the ones here around Quincy. Some of the models take those a little further south into St. Louis, so we have to watch for a Mississippi River runner later, especially if these cluster up. They may form a bit of an MCS that comes down into the St. Louis area, and especially here into southwest Illinois. If you especially have interest north of St. Louis, from Troy, Bowling Green up to Louisiana, and certainly Hannibal in Missouri, and then also on the Illinois side, Alton, Godfrey, Whitehall, Carlinville, Auburn, and Pittsfield. Those areas are, in particular, I think, a little bit more likely to get some severe weather, especially north of I-70. If you're in the St. Louis area and further south towards Belleville, Columbia, Waterloo, Redbud, and Prairie du Rocher on the Illinois side, or if you're out here towards St. Clair, Union, Eureka, Festus, Arnold, DeSoto, a little lower chance of severe weather here south of I-70. So we'll have to see. St. Louis is kind of right on that edge of stronger chances of severe weather. And I think we do see that in the probabilities as well. Yeah, we see that marginal risk here stretches basically right across I-70 in Illinois, and then just south of I-70, but especially towards Jefferson City here into central Missouri. That area is, in particular, could get some stronger storms. Columbia, Jefferson City, Sedalia. You can see that line here between the slight and marginal cuts basically right across that St. Louis metro. So yeah, if you're further north here towards Wentzville, Troy, north of I-70 in the St. Louis metro, those areas there definitely have a better chance of severe weather. And then further south, Festus, Chester, Farmington, Belleville, Sullivan, Cuba, a little less chance down here. And certainly further south towards Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, Harrisburg, Illinois, and then Fredericton, St. Springfield, Ozark, Lebanon, and Joplin, you guys also have less of a chance. Down here, it's also more of an overnight threat. So St. Louis further south, this is going to be late in the evening and then overnight. North of I-70, this is going to be basically north of I-70 here in Missouri and Illinois. It's going to be here now through kind of mid-evening here. Yeah, let me know in the chat what where you guys are, and you don't have to give your exact address, but give it a major city that's nearby, and I can let you know what it's doing. Back into central Kansas here, we've had a couple other severe warnings. That other storm that I mentioned near Lincoln, Kansas has also gone severe warn. So both of those newer storms in Kansas, right along I-70, are severe warn. That one has a little bit of rotation in Lincoln too, so we'll have to watch that storm. Those two are a little bit out on their own. I-70 is a little bit different here in Kansas versus Missouri. Right now, a lot of the storms are lining up just along and south of I-70. So Kansas, your threat here is a little bit more immediate here versus southern Missouri here. And then I do want to touch base. Let's I know we were just talking about St. Louis and the Midwest. Let's look down here into Florida. South Florida in particular still has batches of heavy rain. We're kind of watching that right now here out of Miami. And our camera may catch some of this. It looks like it's getting darker, especially just south of our camera. That's because our camera is right here along 395 and A1A, looking back towards Miami. So we're seeing that darker shadow of these storms. Probably did have a little bit of that shelf cloud look here earlier. It looked a little shelfy. And yeah, as those came up through Kendall and now into Miami here, this is downtown Miami, there is a considerable threat flash flood warning gauge and radar indicated here. We have more heavy storms. We had heavy storms here earlier today. This also includes areas that had the flash flood emergency yesterday. These are flash flood warnings right now. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated 3 to 6 inches of rain are possible in this warned area, and flash flooding is already occurring. So we have more rain coming. We also have another, man, that is a massive batch of rain. That will probably move in on our live stream here through this afternoon and evening. This is a big batch of heavy rain coming up through the Keys. and that'll likely come into the Miami metro here as the evening continues. Yeah, this is just a growing big batch of heavy rain and thunderstorms here. Some of these have some pretty gusty winds in them too, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these have some water spouts. There's maybe one right in there. It's definitely not a good day here to go boating. Yeah, a couple little curlicues in here. We got to watch those. But this is all going to come back into the Everglades, back into Alligator Alley, and back into South Florida here as the evening continues. The storms right now over Miami, kind of leaving the Kendall area, but these have 40-mile-an-hour winds. So some gusty winds here. Pushing through Miami, Miami Beach, Brownsville, West Miami, Coral Gables, Hialeah, Miami Shores, North Bay Village, Surfside. Pretty much the Miami metro here. And the immediate downtown Miami. We're probably starting to see that here. Looks like it's getting darker on our camera here. The roads still look pretty dry, at least right at our camera position. Again, we're right here at 395 and A1A, so we're just about into the rain. And the palm trees are swaying here in those breezes, so we could get some 40-mile-an-hour winds. I want to look back at these two tornado-warned storms here. Well, there's at least two. There's another area rotation here as well. But these two that are discrete supercells, there's one here, there's one still here. Those are some pretty nasty storms. Would not be surprised if we're getting tornadoes in these. One is just crossing 117 here, south of Lac Simon. There's another area of circulation right here. That one had a bit of a CC drop earlier. This one may here as well. It's a little hard to tell. There's a little bit of a hail spike right in that same general area. We can see that hail spike comes out like this. And that area of rotation does not have a CC drop anymore. So that probably was a brief tornado here in Quebec that we just saw a few minutes ago. It's a little notch in this line segment here. But yeah, these two cells are pretty strong. Let's see if there's anything out here. There's a road 0855, but not seeing any immediate communities here. Same for this one. This is now east of 117. That one could easily have a tornado on the ground. Probably does. This is probably a CC drop, I think, from this. So probably an ongoing tornado here in I guess southwestern Quebec. The radars in Canada don't seem to be quite as detailed as the US radars, so it's a little harder to see. This one also has rotation, this cell down here. And this one's a little further south. So this one is coming towards Megan Agic, somewhere around 117. You guys got to watch that storm here as well. Moving basically east. Further down these areas around Huntsville and Ontario, Bracebridge, and Port Carling. Very strong winds approaching Huntsville here and Route 11. And then also some larger hail in some of these storms. Also some rotation in these too. Down towards Owen Sound, Meaford, and even further south here into Ontario. These are some pretty big hail cores. You can see those purple hail cores. Right now all north and west of Toronto, but Toronto may get some heavier showers and thunderstorms here later as we watch those traverse the southwest Ontario peninsula here. Earlier, we had some pretty strong storms in the UP of Michigan. Those are not severe right now, but some pretty strong storms here near Presque Isle Township and Hillman, Michigan, in the northern lower peninsula. And then also watching those strong storms here down by Coldwater, Michigan, Bronson, and approaching Jamestown in Indiana. Not be surprised if we get a severe warning out of these here in a little bit. Same for this one. This was severe warned earlier here around Wheatfield. Still strong storms near North Judson and Winnemac in northwest Indiana. Right now, Chicago, you guys are okay right now. And then watching these considerable, oh, there's the rain on the, there is the heavy rain now impacting downtown Miami. The palm trees have also significantly picked up in their, the blowing in the breeze. Yeah, that is a different look here in Miami than we just saw just a few minutes ago. So once again, this is I-395 at Bridge Road, A1A. We're watching downtown Miami and another flash flood warning. And we can see those heavy storms moving through just right now. Couple of reports here of 70-mile-an-hour winds. 70-mile-an-hour winds here by Train Spotter, just in the areas here near Keokuk, Iowa. That's at the airport too. Those storms are pushing through Keokuk right now and just into western Illinois towards Carthage, Illinois. This is a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Could even get a little larger than quarters in that part of the storm. Also strong storms up here by Burlington, Iowa, Mediopolis. Those are probably going to go severe warned, I would think, soon, as well as probably this one here near Fairfield, Iowa. Those are pretty strong purple returns here for hail. And then back here, already areas that have just had a major hailstorm go through with 60-mile-an-hour winds and at least 2-inch hail here near the Quincy area. You guys are in for another round of storms. LaBelle and Rutledge here with some more heavy thunderstorms. They're also considerable threat for 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. The storm has come down a little bit here. The Quincy storm is just warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It was considerable threat earlier. That's a pretty strong storm, though, coming through Quincy, LaGrange, Ursa, and Burton here into Illinois. It's right along the Mississippi River here, so a little bit in Missouri and then a lot into Illinois. And also watching those strong storms come through Kirksville, La Plata, that area here in line for hail along US 63. Some of the largest hail is probably just south of downtown Kirksville here along US 63. Wow, look at the Miami camera. You can't hardly see the buildings anymore. That is a tropical downpour there in Miami. Back towards Salina, Kansas, this storm here near Lincoln and Tescott. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. This one here has ping-pong ball-size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if there's ping-pong ball-size hail coming out of this storm as well. Both of these are pretty similar-looking storms, and they're in a pretty similar environment. We get back to considerable threats around Otis and Great Bend. Bison, Otis, Olmutz, Albert, Heiser, Hoiston, Stickney, and areas here east of La Crosse here in Kansas. This is a very strong cell. We're seeing some of those hail returns in there too in the CC. Not severe one right now, but there's some pretty strong storms here near Ness City, Kansas. And then further south, Dodge City, we have 60-mile-an-hour winds coming in. You can see these are a little outflow dominant here. We have an outflow boundary coming through, and you can see those winds surging behind those. So likely means these storms may drop below severe limits here in a little bit. But the gusty winds are still possible here from the outflow boundary. So you'll actually get a pretty good gust of wind out here coming towards Dodge City, and then the heavy rain and wind and thunder are a few miles behind that. So we're seeing that outflow boundaries surge out. That also, if it gets out far enough, could spark further development. So we'll have to watch those storms in southwest Kansas. Also pretty strong storm here near Elkader, Kansas, Russell Springs, gusty winds in that. It's being warned considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds towards Grove City, Elkader, and just north of Scott City. There was that storm that looked pretty strong near Lyman, Colorado. It has a special weather statement right now. Again, would not be surprised if this gets severe warned. If that keeps upscaling, there are some pretty good hail returns showing up in there. And yeah, you can already see that here a little bit with the CC drop. That's not non-tornadic CC drop. That's indicating some of those hail returns in here. This is right now is north of I-70. It's north of Lyman, Colorado. That is a strong-looking storm here in Colorado. And then no severe storms in Texas yet, although these ones here along 54 near Dalhart, Texas, are definitely upscaling. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch here for this part of the northern Texas Panhandle. Let's take a look and see here. All right, the northern Texas Panhandle severe weather watch. That includes isolated hail up to quarters, scattered gusts up to 75, and frequent lightning. So not the highest risk watch, but still a watch nonetheless. It goes till 11 p.m. Central. Yeah, I was just double checking. I don't think we've had a tornado warning here today in the U.S. We've had certainly a number of tornado warnings in Canada today, but no tornado warnings in the U.S. The last one was the one that we covered yesterday in Minnesota. So far, I think the SPC has verified pretty good with the watches lining up in the risk area, and then the highest chances here of severe weather was damaging winds and large hail. We've certainly seen that verify, especially in the cluster here in southern Iowa and northeast Missouri so far. That one has had the biggest hail, and then still some larger hail here in Kansas, but a lot of these storms have been wind-driven. So we've seen that, I think, verify here as well. There are some larger hailstones possible there, but that definitely has verified, I think, the forecast. So again, double checking the chat there. We had a comment earlier about St. Louis. St. Louis is good for now. So we can actually turn to you guys. Let's look at that. There's a look just north and west of St. Louis near Troy, Missouri. St. Louis, again, good for now, but we got to keep watching to the north. We'll see if some of these storms cluster up and drive south along the Mississippi River. There has been times where St. Louis has gotten some pretty big MCS events and derecho events with clusters of storms driving down the Mississippi River. So we will see if that happens tonight. Right now, all the severe weather is well north of St. Louis. By about 110 miles or so. So these storms here, I think I mentioned those earlier. They were looking pretty strong here near Burlington, Iowa, and then into La Harpe, Illinois. Those now have a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a couple clusters of or cells within there that have quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Surprised this one hasn't gotten a warning yet, but there does seem to be a pretty good hail core near Birmingham, Iowa, and Fairfield, Iowa along US 34. We'll see if that gets a hail core or a severe thunderstorm warning. All this action has been well south of Des Moines right now. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for areas south of Des Moines, but primarily the threat here in Iowa is south of I-80. And no storms here north and west of Kansas City. We'll watch, though. There is a little bit of back building here near Chillicothe in Missouri. We'll see if any of this can kind of connect between the action that's going on around Junction City and Salina versus the action that's in northern Missouri here. So we're kind of watching and waiting and seeing if Kansas City is going to be in line for storms later today. Looks like we're getting a reissue here. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for that area around Bison, La Crosse, Otis. And then let's jump down to Miami here and take a look at that radar. We saw the heavy rain. Again, our camera here is right here at 395 and A1A. We saw that line of storms here now up towards North Bay Village and pushing off of Miami Beach. We saw that come through with pretty gusty winds. I think we probably saw this verify here for the 40-mile-an-hour winds. But heavy rain, tropical downpours. This is all pushing offshore at the moment. But still some heavy rain and a moderate rain all the way back here through Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Southwest Ranches, Hialeah, Florida, Doral, West Miami, and then down towards Key Biscayne. And then really watching here, Southwest Florida from Marco Island, and then across to Key West. These are pretty heavy thunderstorms here, and they're all basically in line for Miami as the evening continues. These are making their way northeast. And yeah, they will slowly here come ashore and make their way towards southwest or southeast Florida. So pretty good, pretty strong night here for storms. We've also seen a number of storms here across Cape Coral and Fort Myer area. That is getting another round of storms here, and even stretching across towards Palm Bay. Or that was old radar data? Yeah, okay, that's old radar data. That's what I thought. It looked like our radar from earlier. Okay, that Tampa radar may be old. So scratch that. There's the newer storms. They are clustering up here along the I-4 corridor around Lakeland, Florida, and north of Tampa, Spring Hill, and actually pushing offshore, so some good news. Looks like the parks are going to be okay this evening. Most of this action has pushed south and west of Orlando towards Lakeland and Winter Haven. Yeah, that is old radar data. That's what I thought. It looked familiar. It looked like what we saw this morning, but I wasn't sure. Today, it's one of those with the with this tropical moisture, the radar has not looked very different for most of the last 48 hours or 72 hours. So that is a look at Miami. Again, looking a little better right now. Still raining though. So we're seeing some of those individual supercells here in Quebec get incorporated into the line. There was a pretty strong supercell south of Lac Simon in Quebec. This one probably produced a tornado. It's now kind of being incorporated into the line. There is still pretty good rotation in here. So would not be surprised if this produced a tornado, and it still could. But especially when it was back just a little further, that may have been on the ground here in Quebec. It's now getting overtaken by this line of storms from behind. So we'll see if it can keep any of that rotation. Same for the cell that was also out in front. That one had a pretty nasty look here earlier. Yeah, look at those two here side by side. From about 530, 540. Those are pretty strong supercells here in Quebec. And that one is still rotating here on the eastern flank of this cluster here. It's trying its best to stay discrete, but we can see there's storms pushing in from the west and from the north. So we'll see how long that can maintain its discrete characteristics there. There is the other discrete cell. This is near Lac Jean Pere. Still rotating near also, let's see, Rapid Lake. And then further south here into Ontario, this is Cottage Country, Huntsville, Bracebridge, Midland. You guys have a number of severe thunderstorms pushing away around Huntsville and Lake of Bays. This is some really strong winds. Probably 50, 60 to even 70 mile-an-hour winds pushing through here. And especially if it co-locates like we've seen here in other storms with the larger hail and rain, that sometimes brings that precip down to the ground. So we're definitely seeing some strong to severe thunderstorms here pushing through the Huntsville, Ontario metro, and then down towards Fort Carling, Bracebridge, and then also over here, east side of Lake Huron towards Thunder Beach. That is appropriately named here. That is probably a pretty good line of rain and maybe even some hail in here. Yeah, there's definitely some hail in there. You can see on the CC. That's approaching Victoria Harbor, Midland. So if you're out here on the water, wrap it up very, very quickly here. And then those severe storms stretch now down south and east of Owen Sound towards Hanover, Ontario. There's a little bit of a gap here from southwest Ontario down to areas south of and west of the Detroit metro near Hillsdale, Michigan. Those storms are pretty strong. They haven't been severe since I think we started watching the Coldwater. Now over towards Hillsdale. Those are some pretty strong storms riding along the Michigan border with Indiana and Ohio. So we'll have to watch for storms there. We've had an occasional severe storm in northern Indiana today, so we'll also watch those storms. We'll watch those storms here in northern Indiana. Right now, non-severe, but we'll continue to watch those. We also had some new severe warnings here coming out for quarter-size hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds. Let's turn our camera back. We'll go back to the St. Louis camera. This is north of St. Louis. Starting to see maybe a little bit of darkening skies there. Hard to tell, though. Probably some overshooting tops, but new severe thunderstorm warnings here includes Canton, Lewiston, Havana, Rushville in Illinois. This is all kind of out ahead of the cluster of storms. 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through Camp Point, Coatesburg, Burton. This is the storm that moved through Quincy with some larger hail. And then also storms back here by Plymouth, Illinois, Macomb, and then also towards Burlington in Iowa. A couple other storms here from I-80 in the Quad Cities down through southeast Iowa. Could have some small hail in them. Would not be surprised if we get some more severe warnings out of some of those storms. Then Quincy, you guys may not be done here in Quincy because we have a strong storm over Lewistown and LaBelle, Missouri right now. That's a considerable threat. That one has a little rotation on it too, so we'll have to watch that storm. But a considerable threat for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. An area here that's already had some larger hail and winds from that storm that's moved through Quincy. So we'll have a bunch of overlapping hail and wind reports. And same earlier, we had storms fire here pretty quickly in the mid to late afternoon. They went severe very, very quickly, and it even had a bunch of 4-inch to 5-inch hail reports around Lancaster, Missouri. 4-inch hail on social media, softball-sized hail, and I think some of that was even a little larger than 4 inches. Yeah, watching that area around LaBelle, I've said it before, this is a bit of a radar hole. So it's hard to get the details at the ground level, but that one definitely has some upper level rotation that is decently strong right here near LaBelle, Missouri. So we will have to watch that storm. Strong storms here, they have, I guess, dropped below severe limits, but there is likely some hail still in these storms here around Kirksville. Those may get new warnings as the evening comes on. And then around I-70 here, Salina, Kansas. There's 3 storms that have pretty good hail cores in them. One here near Oak Hill and Longford, Wakefield, and that's drifting down towards Abilene, Kansas. The other one here north of Salina near Bennington, Kansas, and then also the one south of Lincoln, Kansas. All this is along I-70, so not a fun ride in the Salina metro area tonight. Considerable threats, 70-mile-an-hour winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail on the northwest side of Great Bend up towards Bison, Otis, Albert, and Hoisington. And then also watching severe storms, a little bit outflow dominant. We can see that outflow boundary coming through Dodge City right now. But a pretty good surge of winds, and since we're so close to the radar site, we can also confirm those winds pretty good. But there's easily 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds in here. And this is being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that will likely verify through Dodge City. And then back here into northwest Kansas, Elkader, that storm looks like it's kind of diminishing a little bit. That storm that I mentioned a few times north of Lyman, Colorado, has gone severe warned. Gusty winds, but mostly it's quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's all north of the interstate, so that's a good sign right now. I-70 okay in Colorado. Also watching these strong storms here near Dalhart, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle. May get a few isolated severe storms in West Texas and the Texas Panhandle tonight. And then watching our areas here for flooding in Florida. Again, that is I-395 at A1A Bridge Road. We saw that strong storms here push through that area a little bit ago. So that area is starting to clear out here just around downtown Miami. But we can still see some dark clouds off in the distance here. Wet roads right now. It's not going to take much to flood some of these areas, especially these areas that have been flooded for the last 24 to 48 hours. And there are flash flood warnings up all the way. Considerable flash flood warnings all around the Miami-Dade metro, up through Pompano Beach, Coral Springs, Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Hialeah, West Miami, Coral Gables down towards Kendall, and the Hemlocks. So this is a area that's not going to take a lot of rain to get more flooding. So would not be surprised if we get more flooding out of those areas. And then also more storms pushing into southwest Florida around Key West. These are strong storms here pushing ashore towards Everglades. We'll see if those make it up into Miami later today. There are some areas of rotation. There's probably some water spouts in a few of these cells, but so far not affecting anything except fish and alligators at the moment. They're starting to push ashore here towards Everglades City. Still raining on that Florida cam. All right, let's see here. I want to get a couple other cameras up here. For the Florida areas. All right, so we'll keep that camera up here. This is Missouri at the moment. And I want to see if there's some cameras here out towards, go back to our Key West cams and see what those are looking like. Wow, this is actually a really good shot. Let's see here. Let's take this. This is looking on US 1 at milepost 9.3, looking west. So we're looking back towards Key West, and we're looking back towards those strong storms over the water here. Actually, probably just about pushing into Key West. These have a special weather statement now. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So we're looking at those basically push through Key West here. A bit of a shelf cloud on those. Pretty strong looking storms. Yeah, we can see that wind pushing into Key West here at the moment. That's a cool view, actually. That is a very cool view. All right, taking a look back to the north here, we're going to look at those severe storms with tornado warnings here in Canada. Still a strong storm here. This is the one that's trying to remain discreet. Still has a pretty good area rotation on it here near, let's see, 0855 road. This is coming up towards Lake Perron. And then we've seen a pretty strong supercell get incorporated into this line of storms. Still has a rotation in it here. This is also along 0855 and also 071B. So if there's anyone out here It's a pretty sparsely populated area, but if there is anyone out here, definitely chances of tornadoes here in southwest Quebec. And then also this storm here near Megan Adjik. This has been rotating near Lac Jean Pere. It's still one of the few remaining discrete supercells out in front of this line. If you can tell, my French is not so good. Areas east and south of Huntsville, Ontario, seeing really heavy wind and rain. Lake of the Bays, Dorset, Baysville, Bracebridge. A little bit of rotation in that Bracebridge storm. And then pushing into Victoria Harbor, Elmvale, Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, Thornbury, Markdale, and down towards Durham, Ontario. Heavy rain, wind, lightning are all possible. Those are some pretty strong storms. There's a bit of a gap here of storms in southwest Ontario and then the Detroit metro. And then we pick up pretty strong storms here south of Ann Arbor. This is down towards Hillsdale, Jonesville, and Rollin, with a strong, just sub-severe thunderstorm. And then we had some pretty strong wind damage and severe storms earlier in South Bend, Indiana. Those storms are all now south of you guys towards Rensselaer, Indiana. Maybe a little bit of small hail in there too. So there's a couple areas that have some small hail. We have another bit of a gap here, but then we pick up storms around Davenport, Iowa, and the Quad Cities, and then points south of there. That's where we really pick up our severe weather. Pretty strong storm here near Stronghurst and La Harpe, Illinois, Bladensville, and then coming towards Macomb. We also have severe thunderstorms for Landon Mills, Canton, Lewiston, down towards Vermont, Astoria, Illinois, Rushville, Illinois, down towards Mount Sterling, Illinois. These have pretty strong winds in here near Camp Point and Mount Sterling. And then Quincy, Illinois, you guys got a really strong severe storm just a little bit ago. Now you're about to get into it again. This area here near Lewiston also has some rotation, so I'm watching that part of this supercell here from LaBelle and Lewiston. There's also heavy rain and storms up here towards Rutledge and Edina. Also, Cahokia in northeast Missouri has a pretty strong cell there. Would not be surprised if that gets a severe warning. Most of these storms here in northeast Missouri and southern Iowa have chances of hail and damaging winds. Yeah, there's a couple cells still back here in southeast Iowa that are definitely showing some stronger hail course towards Mount Pleasant and then here towards Winfield. Severe storms, those did get reissued here for $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Kirksville, La Plata, Brashear, down towards Elmer and Milan. This is in North Missouri, northeastern Missouri. All well north of I-70 here at the moment. Yeah, we can watch those storms push through Key West there. It's gotten a lot darker on that camera. Taking a look at Missouri, this is our camera out of Troy, Missouri, along US 61. This is US 61 that runs up towards Hannibal. So we're looking up towards those storms. Nowhere near them yet, but we're seeing that there is probably some overshooting top, some of the very high clouds, because it was pretty sunny a little bit ago on this camera. It now looks a little bit muted, so I think we're seeing some of those highest tops from the storm. Actually, we can check that. Scratch that here. Yeah, so we can start to see that. This is the big blow up of storms, and Troy, Missouri is right here. So we're probably starting to see some of those overshooting tops, those very high clouds from Bowling Green down to Troy, certainly Hannibal, and we can see some of those higher clouds over Kirksville and Quincy. That's indicating some of those really strong storms. See how those have blown up here today. Some of these, the speckled look is overshooting tops, so we've seen that here too. I think we had a new warning for one of those storms that I mentioned just a few minutes ago here near Columbus Junction and Winfield. Pretty heavy winds here coming into Camp Point and Mount Sterling. Rotation doesn't look quite as strong in the last scan of that storm coming towards Quincy. Yeah, we got an extension for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds. Now just to the west of Quincy, that's coming back towards Quincy, Illinois here, just at 6:35 Central Time, so into rush hour here. Now we kind of will. This will be interesting to see here. This will be interesting to see what happens with these storms, because right now they haven't really organized much. They're just kind of hanging out here. There's maybe a little bit of organization with this cell, and also some of this cluster that's up here north of Macomb. But some of the models had a couple discrete cells through southern Iowa, and then kind of forming pretty quickly into a MCS, maybe even a derecho. But we've not seen that clustering yet. They're still kind of doing a little bit of their own thing. We've maybe seen a little bit of some cells cluster up here, and those cells in Kirksville cluster a little bit. So that we might have a start of some organization, but so far they're still kind of just individually upscaling and dumping rain and hail and wind. And then some of those have backed down, other ones have backed up. So we haven't fully seen a full organization yet. Also, some of them are going at different speeds. Some of them are going, well, they're all kind of moving south and east, but a few are moving a little faster than others. We'll have to actually see if those model depictions come true, and if this actually can form into a bit of a cluster. We might start to see that. It's a little early, I guess, to call if it's going to cluster up or not. We're maybe starting to see it again with a few kind of clusters of storms. Strong storms here around Kirksville, still severe warned. The lead storm, ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. That's headed down towards Shelbyville, Bethel, Newark, Novelty, and Leonard in Missouri. Yeah, really watching Quincy again with another large hailstorm coming towards Quincy. We're up to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. The one tornado warning is in Canada still. That's why it's listed down here. So just one, but it's a large tornado warning. Canada, I believe Environment Canada is working on the more exact polygons like we have here in the States. It's similar to how things used to be for the National Weather Service, where they warned the entire county. Here in Canada, they warn counties and also kind of different political districts and counties and things. That's why some of these warnings are more boxy and smaller, and then a few of these are just pretty massive warning boxes because they're warning the whole, political district. But there are some areas out here still rotating. This storm is still trying to stay discrete on its own. It's near Lac Jolbert, with some pretty good circulation still on it. So would not be shocked if we had at least a couple tornadoes here in the North Woods here, south and east of Val d'Or this afternoon. We followed a few of these supercells. There's still some areas of rotation in this line that's developed. We've watched some individual supercells get incorporated into this squall line here. And there's still a couple areas of rotation, and then one discrete cell still out in front trying to do its own thing. Also a couple cells stronger here near Megan Ajik. That one had some rotation on it too, so would not be surprised if that could produce a tornado. And then back down into cottage country here, southern Ontario, Huntsville, Bracebridge down to Midland. These are strong to severe thunderstorms with strong winds. There are a couple areas of rotation too that we have to watch. But if you're in this area, north and west of Toronto, let people know that there's some severe weather coming, because some people are up here in their cabins and cottages in the summertime, relaxing, de-stressing from the city life, and they sometimes tend to cut themselves off of technology and stuff. So let them know that there's definitely a big squall line of severe thunderstorms. This may get down into the Toronto metro later tonight, so we'll have to see about that. Strong winds, lightning, thunder, heavy rain, and then also some small to somewhat larger hail in those storms. We get a gap here of storms in southern Ontario. We get this gap here, and then we pick up storms south of Detroit, right on the Michigan and Indiana border. Approaching Adrian, Michigan with some stronger storms, non-severe here at the moment. Indiana looking okay here. Just kind of some general thunderstorms here at the moment. And then Chicago, you guys have been dropped from the watch. So Chicago, Rockford, Dixon, Juliet, Portage, over towards South Bend. They got hammered pretty good earlier today. You guys are all good to go. Have a great evening. Also, Western Michigan, Holland, Muskegon, Grand Haven, and Grand Rapids area. You guys are all good to go. Kalamazoo, you're good to go. Have a great evening. Checking our chat just to make sure we haven't missed anything. I think we covered basically everybody that had some questions about their locations here. Strong storms coming through areas here between Pittsfield and Rushville. And then also strong storms here south of Galesburg, headed towards Lewiston, Canton in Illinois. Strong storms here near West Point, Iowa, headed towards Fort Madison. And then also pretty good hailstorm here near Winfield and Wapello. Have to watch that area near Winfield too. There's a little bit of a suspicious hook on that. A little bit of rotation in this storm too. This is near Blandonsville. A little bit of broad rotation in that storm there too. A couple of these storms are starting to show a little bit of signs of rotation, so we'll have to watch any of these. There was some earlier near Lewiston that looks like it's backed off a little bit, but a ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming back into Quincy, Illinois. And then same here towards Shelbyville, Leonardville, La Plata. $50 size to ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds south and east of Kirksville at the moment. That storm also has a little rotation near La Plata, so we have to watch that one near Novelty. We've had a lot of severe storms going up here just as I continue to talk. Along I-70 here towards Manhattan, Kansas, Wakefield, Longford, Bennington, Salina, and then out here towards Lincoln and Tescott. All these storms, there's kind of 4 different cells, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They all have pretty good hail cores in them and some gusty winds. So let's see, 60 in ping pong, 60 in ping pong, and $50 in quarter size. I wouldn't be surprised if we get $50 to ping pong ball size hail out of any of these storms up in here. And they're going to get reissued for quarter size. That includes Lincoln in central Kansas. We pick up more storms here near Great Bend. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then further back, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds towards Roselle, Burdett, Hanston, over towards Kingsley, Spearville, Dodge City. This is a new warning here for 60-mile-an-hour winds. These storms around Dodge City have been weakening, but they've been pushing out an outflow boundary, and that outflow boundary has 60-mile-an-hour winds in it. Yeah, we can see that here east of Dodge City now, and right near the radar site. So we're getting some pretty good wind readings here, 50 to 60 mile an hour, and this is really kind of rain free out ahead of this outflow, out ahead along this outflow boundary. So a little bit of a surprise you might get here if you're out towards Greensburg or Kinsley or Spearville right now. We have to watch a little bit here. There's some outflow boundary convergence. Have to watch for new development around little areas like that. Continuing along I-70, we also have that storm with some hail, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds north of I-70 and north of Lyman, Colorado. Watching that storm as well. It's kind of all on its own. It's going to get an extension here too. Ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also watching storms here north and west of Amarillo. Non-severe at the moment, but some pretty strong storms here near Cactus, Texas, Dumas, and then right along the New Mexico border here along US 54. That is a pretty strong cell with some pretty good hail in it. Yeah, seeing those CC values in there. That's likely got some larger hail. That could go severe warned. Let's check in on Florida. Ooh. Those storms are now pushing through Key West. We saw a pretty good shelf cloud with those. But those are pushing through our camera location here. Checking for some pretty gusty winds. Let's see here. This is close to our camera. They're probably pushing 40 to 50, probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. But there are some areas that have maybe some gusts for a little more. But I'd say that's a safe bet, about 40 miles an hour. Also watching a couple areas of rotation. Some water spouts likely offshore. And all this is pushing eventually back towards Miami, which is under more flood warnings. And we can see that here. This is our Miami camera. Taking a look here. A little bit better conditions here. It's still dripping and raining around our camera here in downtown Miami. We're right here at 395 and A1A. Just about on the back side of the rain that came through. But we saw a very heavy tropical thunderstorm shower through this location. You couldn't even see the buildings at times. It was raining so heavy. And this area, as I mentioned earlier, from Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs down through Miami, does not take a lot of rain to flood this, especially because we've had sometimes, I think some estimates over 15 to 20 inches of rain here in the last couple days. So we've seen a lot of water here in Miami. Let's see. And still a lot coming offshore. We also saw a lot of rain here today in southwest Florida. A good 5 or 6 inches of rain near Fort Myers down towards Naples. Area's just a little bit inland, probably about 6 inches of rain there. So yeah, it's not done yet here if you're in Miami. I mentioned earlier a couple of those storms in Canada had a little bit of rotation in Ontario. So I think these are our first warnings here in Ontario today for tornado potential. But let's see. Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Large hail and locally intense rainfall are also possible. It's a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Let's see. So I think it's going to be this area that I mentioned earlier had a bit of rotation in it. Yeah, it's this area here near Bracebridge and Gravenhurst. And then there's that larger hail coming towards Baysville. This is coming towards, let's see, Halliburton, Minden, here in Ontario, Gooderham, Highlands Grove, and then also Aurelia, Kirkfield, Coboconk, and areas here. Let's see. I think I read most of those communities off. So a couple areas of rotation in this line of storms. Similar to the U.S., you got to watch those kinks in the line. And there's a couple of them here. There's one right in here. There's one here. And there's one kind of right in here. and those are where the areas of rotation are. So we have to watch those little surges of this squall line here, and basically kind of moving east southeast across Ontario here at the moment. Continuing back here, just kind of some, basically those storms seem to be dying off around the Adrian area. The little fly that keeps coming. The fly is enjoying our camera lights here and starting to annoy me here. So our camera's getting a reset on Florida cam, so we'll put it over to the Missouri area. Strong storms north and west of Jacksonville in Illinois. Strong storms here near Galesburg, Canton, and Macomb. And then also back here towards Burlington, Iowa. We've had 3 severe storms here in southern Iowa right now. Fort Madison, West Point, Donaldson, and then also Cantrill. And then north of that, Winfield down to Mediopolis. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in these in this cluster of storms here in southern Iowa. Same for the storms around Canton and Macomb. Quarter-sized hail here south of Rushville. And then approaching Canton, this is a considerable threat for 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail approaching Canton, Missouri, and Quincy, Illinois. There's also a flash flood warning for this area. It's had rounds of rain. And then pretty strong storms here south and east of Kirksville, Missouri. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds out of those, and then half-dollar size hail stretching back towards La Plata, Missouri. And then still watching this area, our camera here is out of Troy, Missouri, just north of Wentzville, and we're looking towards those storms. So we're watching the St. Louis metro here. Yeah, we can see those overshooting tops. It was a lot sunnier here in Missouri just a little bit ago. But we can see those pushing through the Troy, Missouri area right now with just how the skies have been a little muted there in the last few minutes. Nothing in the Kansas City metro. There's a bit of a gap here. We have a cluster of storms here in Missouri, and then a couple clusters of storms in central Kansas. So we'll turn back to our Miami camera. Okay, getting a tornado warning, our first tornado warning in the US here today. And this is going to be right outside of Macomb. This is the area I mentioned had a little rotation earlier. Hard to see what's going on the Macomb radar. We'll take it from Lincoln. It may actually be too close to that Macomb radar. Okay, I see it in here near Good Hope. Yep, that is going to be our area of rotation right here near Good Hope. Nothing showing up on CC at the moment, but that is an area that's picked up in its rotation here just in the last couple minutes. We can back this up here a minute. Yeah, just in the last couple scans here. This is coming right around Good Hope, Scottsburg, Bushnell, Bardolph, New Philadelphia, Adair, and Bushnell here in western Illinois. Macomb, you guys are okay right now. The warning is just north of you guys, and this is sliding south and east, so it should stay away from Macomb, Illinois. So this is the look here out of Salina, Kansas on 135. So I just wanted to pull that up and test it out there. All right, we'll continue that. Yeah, first tornado warning of the day here into Illinois. This is into Illinois, right near Macomb. There's your area of circulation just near Scottsburg and Good Hope. Let's see if, yeah, we're a little too close to that Macomb radar. There's a lot of gray interference in here, but maybe let me put it into motion and see if we can find it. Not really. It's too close to that Macomb radar. But seeing it pretty clear right here. South of Walnut Grove and south of Prairie City. Again, Bushnell, Good Hope, down along 136 and Illinois 41 towards New Philadelphia and Bardolph, Illinois. You guys are in a tornado warning. That's lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a storm shelter or a basement, that is even better. And if you're in a trailer, a mobile home, camping tent, a lot of recreational activities this time of year, please find sturdy structure. If you are going camping, not just tonight, but over the summer here, if you're going camping, have a tornado action plan, a temporary tornado action plan for that. Know where there's sturdy shelter around your campground, or if you're out in a state park or a national park, know where the sturdy shelters are. Have a bit of a modified tornado action plan, especially if you're in areas that have severe weather, you know, in the summertime, which a lot of the U.S. does. So have that plan. That way you can put that into action. And that is not good for just tornadoes, but, you know, when you have something like this, hurricane force winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and golf ball or greater hail, it's a good idea to get to a sturdy shelter for those situations too. So this could come in handy in the summertime. Just have that modified tornado action plan if you are going to do recreational activities. Pretty good area of circulation here. It's between Good Hope and Bushnell. Bushnell, you definitely need to be in your safe space. This is drifting your way here, south and east. If it holds together, also Marietta, Illinois, Smithfield, you guys need to watch this storm. But right now in the warning, Bushnell, Bardolph, and New Philadelphia, Scottsburg, and Good Hope. Right here along Illinois 9, that is a pretty concentrated area rotation here. This is approaching Bushnell, Illinois here. And they're going to make this observe. This is an observed tornado located over Scottsburg or 7 miles northeast of Macomb, moving east at 30. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. It is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. And we've seen that ramp up here in just the last couple scans. There are a couple lower CC values in here. It's hard to confirm that through CC. We're still a little bit far from the radar site. Let me see if I can get a see if we have a visual on this here. Not seeing one at the moment, but it doesn't always have to be a storm chaser that sees these. It could be a storm spotter. So either way, this is a dangerous situation here for areas around Bushnell, Illinois. Yeah, not fully seeing a CC drop with that, but it could easily be on the ground and we're just not seeing it here. Gonna get an extension here for the observed tornado. This includes areas here in Marietta. This is west central Fulton County in west central Illinois. Confirmed tornado over Bushnell, or 8 miles northeast in Macomb, moving east at 30. Damaging tornado, weather spotter confirmed. So we have to take this very seriously. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. It means we've seen it on the ground. We've seen it doing damage. This is again north of Macomb, Illinois, in west central Illinois. And we're seeing that rotation here just around the Bushnell, Illinois area. Again, not seeing a defined CC ball, but that does not mean it's not in here. And this is quickly approaching areas that we mentioned earlier: Marietta, Smithfield, Cuba, Illinois. I will, I'll take kind of the leading edge of this storm and circulation, so this may give you a couple extra minutes, but just know it's within a little bit behind this storm. So New Philadelphia, about 5 minutes, and then Marietta, about 10 to 12, Seville, 17, Smithfield, about 20 to 23 minutes, and Cuba, about 30 minutes. So you have a little bit of time if you're out here, Smithfield and Cuba, to walk, don't run to your safe place, but it's time to get into that tornado action plan. Lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Wow. Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a moment. Rainbow on our camera here. A rainbow in in Miami. Look at that view. Anyway, you have a few minutes here to run or to walk. Don't run if you're out here in Smithfield or Cuba. Even Marietta, take it swiftly to the safe space. If you're out here at Bushnell and New Philadelphia, time is immediately. You have to be in your safe space now. So hunker down, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or storm shelter, that's even better. Also out here, Marietta, Smithfield, Cuba, if you are in a mobile home, a trailer, a garage, a tent, something like that, that's not a permanent structure. If you're out in your she shed, it's time to get to a permanent structure. Yeah, a lot of people work in garages, especially during the summertime. They may be working, or they're just doing hobby stuff in their garage. It's time to get to your sturdy, permanent shelter. So that is about 20 to 30 minutes if you're in Smithfield to Cuba, Illinois. Now, taking a look here. Tornadoes on the ground here in Illinois. And look at the beauty of Mother Nature in camera 2 here. We have an amazing difference between Illinois tornado warning and the sun now illuminating the Bridge Road and I-395 here with the rainbow. And now that I see this, we're actually looking eastbound. So this is looking at 395, looking towards A1A. So now I see where we're looking. It's helped orientate me here now that we're seeing the palm trees illuminated. So the westbound sun is behind this camera. So that makes a lot of sense too. So we've seen rounds of storms move through here either way. We saw those buildings basically disappear in the heavy rain, and that storm is now pushing offshore with a beautiful rainbow right there. Look at that. That is just a spectacular view with the palm trees and sun and the illuminated rainbow there. 8:05 p.m. 8:05 p.m. Eastern, 7:05 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. Beautiful shot there. That rainbow, incidentally, I want to concentrate on the tornado warnings here, but that rainbow unfortunately does not mean that storms are done. If you're here in Miami Beach, we're just seeing the rain here and storms push offshore as they're going basically east-northeast here. Our camera is right here, so we're right basically in downtown Miami looking east. Now that I see that, we're looking east. I thought we were looking west, but we're looking east here towards the Miami Beach, South Beach area. So we're seeing that rain push just offshore with the rainbow and the illuminated sunshine, but that sunshine does not last for long. There are heavy rain, thunderstorms, wind, and pretty strong storms here from Key West now into the Southwest Florida Everglades. And I can even switch here. What a view here. The difference between Miami Beach and Miami. And this is the Florida Keys here. So yeah, a pretty big difference between the weather. That's another round of heavy rain, thunderstorms, and wind coming towards the Miami metro. So real quick, we'll check our tornado warnings here in Canada as well. We've had a couple tornado warnings now in some more populated areas around Halliburton. That looks to be a pretty strong cell here. And then further south, a couple areas of rotation near Minden. But for the most part, this is becoming a damaging wind threat. We just have to watch these areas that are kinks in the line. There's one kind of right in here. And then this bows out. There's another one down here. So we do have to watch those areas. Aurelia, over towards Minden, Coboconk, Kirkfield, Kinmount, Minden, Halliburton, Gooderham, and Highland Grove. You guys are all under tornado warnings here. Severe thunderstorm warnings stretch from Aurelia down to Mindhurst, Angus, Barry, Alliston, and now getting closer to the Toronto metro here. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings just north and west of Toronto, Port Perry, Sunderland, Uxbridge, Newmarket, King City, Orangeville, for some strong storms that are pushing through Barrie, Ontario right now, Shelburne, and Alliston here with that severe weather. So we'll watch those storms as they head towards a more populated area. And we'll also check in here on our tornado warned storm. This is an observed tornado between Bushnell and Marietta. And I want to see if they've updated this here. Let's see. So just about 10 minutes ago over near Bushnell. Has not been updated, but there is your area of rotation. Let's see if still not seeing that CC drop in here. So that doesn't mean a tornado is not happening. Again, I'll use this area over here, but we have our thunderstorm and we have our tornado, and it's picking up debris. And then over here we have our radar site, and our radar beam goes out, and with the curvature of the Earth, the radar beam actually goes out pretty much straight, but with the curvature of the Earth, it ends up going up into the clouds. And so where we see the radar, there may be a tornado. We're just not seeing it pick up the debris because the debris is lofted below the radar. When we're closer to the radar site, or when there's a stronger tornado, if we're closer to the radar site, or if there's a stronger tornado, then we sometimes do see the debris. The debris gets lofted through the radar beam, and that gets picked up. So right now, just because we're not seeing that through the CC drop does not mean a tornado is not on the ground. It could just be that we're not seeing it from the level that our radar site is and where our radar site is compared to this. So this is very approaching Marietta now, New Philadelphia, Check Row, Buckeye, Blyton, Smithfield, Cuba, and even Depler Springs. I would be in my safe space, as well as down towards Burandot. We have a number of other severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. A few of those showed some rotation, but this is our first tornado warning of the day here in actually the U.S. Strong storms, Jacksonville, Illinois. They're headed towards Springfield, Illinois. We have strong storms here south of Kirksville and west of Quincy with large hail. Also a few strong storms here still in Iowa and northern Missouri with some hail around Burlington, Iowa. Here is a tornado report. Tornado on the ground southwest of Bushnell, Illinois. So that was actually just reported. It just popped on while we were here. So we can look at this again. We can look at this area of rotation. So this was when it was warned here for tornado warning back around Good Hope, and then definitely ramped up here between Scottsburg and Bushnell. And here is the radar scan right around that tornado report. So good news maybe is it looks like this slid just to the south of downtown Bushnell. There's your town. We can see the grid street lines. Still people live out here. This is really close to town, and this is not a desolate area. It's just a farming agriculture area. So there are people that live out here. The good news is it did not go right through town. We see that continue to go east, southeast. Looks like it may have broadened a bit, but just around the New Philadelphia area. And even if it did, that's some damaging winds. And then now we're still seeing that area rotation. Not quite as strong as it was earlier, but we're seeing it right around Marietta, Illinois. And again, not seeing a CC drop. But that does not mean there's not a tornado still on the ground. There still could be. We are just not seeing it lofting debris to the level. But right in here, that is your area rotation. This is coming down Illinois 95 towards Smithfield, Poverty Ridge, Bernadette, Cuba, Buckeye, Blyton, Check Row. You guys all need to be in your safe space north and west of Lewiston right now. Lewiston, keep an eye on this. In the meantime, we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to take a look at this one here. Looks like a pretty good hailstorm here near Warsaw and Cahokia here in Missouri. Also seeing a cluster of storms. Now this cluster is starting to present a little bit more as a wind damaging cluster. We've seen not as high winds as some of the models were showing. We've still seen some 70-mile-an-hour winds, but some of the models were showing a pretty damaging wind cluster forming and kind of riding the Mississippi River down into a little bit more central Illinois. We'll see if that can do this. Like I mentioned earlier, the storms have been in kind of a disorganized cluster. They haven't really formed into a MCS. There's also a bit of a line segment here bowing out towards Jacksonville, Springfield, and then there's still this cluster of storms up here towards Burlington, Galesburg, the one that's tornado warned here near Macomb and Canton, and even southwest of Peoria now. This one may have the best chance to form into a bit of an MCS here if it can hold that together. That's a little bit west of where some of the models were showing, so if that does put areas like Moberly, Columbia, and St. Louis potentially, Jefferson City in line for this if it continues to move south and east. So we'll have to watch that. Yeah, beautiful shot here out of Miami. Not seeing the rainbow. It's still back there. You can still see a little bit faintly between those two buildings. It is still right in there. Just barely here as the sun is setting. And still watching Kansas here. This is out of Salina. And then also watching areas around Troy, Missouri. Clouds are definitely filling in here from the high clouds overshooting these thunderstorms. That is 61 northbound here, west and north of St. Louis, right about there near Troy, Illinois. And we're looking north. So we're looking towards those storms, towards Hannibal, Missouri. If those storms do head down the Mississippi River, we should be able to see those coming in on that camera. I want to quickly look at those storms here in Kansas. There is our Kansas cam out of Salina. Right now, a storm just over our camera. Non-severe warned here at the moment around Salina, but off to both your west and east, we have some severe thunderstorms. Still severe storms here, Ellsworth, Lincoln, and then also here north of Abilene, and also one over Manhattan, Kansas at the moment. None look tornadic at the moment, but $half size hail to quarter size hail, and the one over Lincoln and just south of Lincoln, Kansas has golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. So still some larger storms out here. Also larger storms south of Great Bend near Kingsley, and then coming through Greensburg. We've watched storms here pushing out an outflow boundary. This outflow boundary has still had severe thunderstorm winds. The storms then have been behind that by a few miles. So we're still seeing those outflow boundaries push out through Greensburg, Kansas. And then also watching some strong storms here near Dumas, Texas, north of Amarillo. None have been severe warned down there, but wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe warning out of there eventually. And then also watching that storm, looks a little unhealthy. It peaked, I think, already. Earlier had ping pong ball size hail north of Lyman, Colorado. It's still being warned, but it's likely downtrending. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also some storms, I guess, around Fort Collins. We can't really see that because the Cheyenne radar is down. It's been down for a day or so. So there's storms maybe over the Rockies that we can't fully see right now. But maybe a strong storm there too. Right now, 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 5 tornado warnings. The majority of those are in Canada at the moment. And pretty big radar hole there. We're still seeing some strong rotation in a few areas in this line. This is a line that incorporated 2 supercell thunderstorms, and I believe both of those still have rotation in those. Likely also damaging winds and large hail potential in that line of storms there. And then we also had a couple tornado warnings down in southwest Ontario, around Minden, Ontario. Still have some areas of rotation in here. Then one up by Highland Grove. These storms are also bowing out, so likely higher end wind threat coming through this area as well. This is near Minden, Kinmount, Coboconk, and Kirkfield in Ontario. Severe thunderstorms also through Aurelia, Barrie, Innisfil, Sutton, Alliston, and Orangeville in Ontario. Back here into west central Illinois, watching a storm that was observed here near Bushnell. Still a strong storm with rotation near Marietta. I think the strongest area of rotation would be between Marietta and Smithfield at the moment. There it goes. Okay, that was a little weird. So we've seen that rotation basically tracking along Illinois. Let's see, what is that? Route 95. Illinois Route 95 near Seville, Smithfield, Poverty Ridge, and then coming towards Depler Springs, Cuba, and Bernadot. Bernadot? If you're up here towards Buckeye, Blyton, Fiat, Czech Row, or Babylon, stay in your safe space. Looks like the tornado threat is a little further south towards Smithfield and Marietta, but likely some large hail in this storm as well. So stay in your safe space. A few more minutes there. If you're coming out of your safe space, there's still a possible hailstorm here coming through Walnut Grove, just north of Good Hope. So watch out for that heavy rain. And there's also more storms with hail potential back here towards Burlington, Iowa. So be very cautious there if you're coming out of your safe space and working into getting out of that storm there for areas around Bushnell. Still large hail around Warsaw in the Iowa-Illinois border there. And then watching this cluster of severe storms here back now south of La Plata towards Marceline and Macon, Missouri. That will likely increase a damaging wind threat if it starts to bow out like this. So still watching some hail cores in here, but also starting to really pay attention for any damaging wind threat coming through Missouri there. That storm over Salina is going to get a severe warning. Let's see if yeah, this is live right now at 1:35. So we're looking right here in Salina, probably just on the edge of the storm here. I think we're right down in here, and the strongest part of the storm is just to the north of us. So we may get a pretty good look here, yeah, because we're looking south at Centennial Road. Right here. So we're just on the edge of the storm. With the heaviest just to the north of that. Considerable threat here just west of Salina. This is out towards I-70 Glendale. And now south of Lincoln there, Westfall. This is an area here with some larger hail. Right here along the highway too. So that is a pretty hefty thunderstorm. Going back to our tornado warning. You can also see those storms pushing through Key West here at the moment too. Still strong storms into Key West. This is along Route 1 here, just east of Key West. We're seeing pretty heavy wind and rain blowing across the highway there. And then Salina, taking a look at Salina, Kansas. I'll keep on this camera for a moment because our Salina, Kansas camera is in line for that severe weather. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And we're right on the edge of that here. Our camera looking southbound. Traffic cameras today are capturing some of the beauty of Mother Nature too. This is still on the causeway here, 395 between Miami and Miami Beach, but this is looking westbound, back towards the city of Miami and also back towards the setting sun. That is a beautiful shot. 8:23, 8:24 on the East Coast, and 7:24 on Central Time. So beautiful shot here, looking back towards Miami. There's a police boat in the harbor just off that screen. That's why there's the blue lights right there. That is a beautiful, beautiful shot. Completely different view. That is Miami. That is Key West right now. So all that moisture is coming towards the South Florida Miami metro. Again, this is a pretty heavy round of thunderstorms coming through Key West here at the moment, and that is Miami at the moment. I'll stay on that view. That's a pretty nice view. Let's get back to our camera also here. Salina. We're looking to see if any of that heavy rain or hail hit this camera here. The Manhattan storm has gone right over Manhattan with some larger hail. Considerable threat for tennis ball size hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. We've seen, I think, a few tennis ball size reports here out of the spotter network. 2.5 inches here just in the Miami or in the Manhattan immediate area, and then 2 inches on social media. So that storm is going to get a considerable threat upgrade. Still watching the storm here in Salina, and also more storms severe in Kansas. Let's go back to our radar indicated tornado. Areas here south and east of Marietta here. Still has some rotation in this. It's definitely broadened versus what it was earlier here when we saw it with a tornado warning near Scottsburg, or tornado on the ground near Scottsburg and Bushnell. We can see that was stronger earlier, and then it broadened here over Marietta. Still some rotation in here, and the tornado caused rotation is right here over Smithfield at the moment. Not seeing any defined CC drop there, so that's some good news. But there's your area of rotation there that tracked over here from Scottsburg to Bushnell to Marietta, and has now kind of followed along Route 95 here for a minute. And that is your area rotation right there. Pretty good surge of wind up here in the storm. And then that's your area rotation. Some hail likely also in this storm. We'll see if that gets rewarned. It's kind of holding together, so it may still get rewarned. But if it does, that would be, especially with Cuba still in the tornado warning right now. But Dunfermline, Lewiston, and Liverpool, you guys need to pay attention to the storm here along the Illinois River. This is tornado warned storm right now. It produced a tornado a little bit ago near Bushnell, and still has an area rotation that we have to watch. So still watching that area rotation near Smithfield and Cuba along Illinois 95. And a new warning go out for these storms. You can see some of their surging winds here near Shelbyville now down towards Stoutsville and Monroe City in Missouri. That leading edge there has a pretty good hail core still. There's also a couple more hail cores back here south of Kirksville and La Plata. Quarter-sized hail is the main threat, but again, if this cluster starts to bow out, that's where we could see an increase in damaging winds here coming through Macon, down towards Monroe City, Moberly, and then even into Mexico, Bowling Green, Louisiana, Missouri. So kind of watching this area from St. Louis to Wentzville to Jeff City, Columbia, Fulton, Moberly, Hannibal, and is that Monroe City right here. Watching this area to see if this area can organize and move through, as some of the models indicated, in a cluster to an MCS. All right, I'm going to grab a quick drink here. I'll keep the cameras going. Again, still checking here in Salina. Busy night. We've had tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings from Quebec, southwest Quebec, and Ontario, all the way down through Kansas, and even a severe warning in Colorado a little bit ago. And then also watching the flooding and storms and some very beautiful shots out of South Florida tonight. So I will be right back. I'm just going to grab a quick drink, and we'll come back and continue covering severe weather coverage. Okay, there we go, back. Got dinner going, so took an extra minute there. But checking out our Salina cam, still have the heavy rain. Camo is bobbling just a little bit. Still have a beautiful shot out of Miami here. With the boats going by, there's a police boat just hanging out. There's a boat just going by there along the bay. A couple of raindrops and also some cloud deck from those storms that are further southwest in Florida. But then we can also see a little bit of the sun, and had a really nice sunset view and also a nice rainbow view looking eastbound a few minutes ago. So the Miami skyline there lighting up as it's getting dark. 8:36 p.m. Eastern and 7:36 on the Central Time Zone. So still have a couple tornado warnings. Let's go back into these. We have a line of storms that has potential for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, as well as locally intense rainfall up here in Quebec. This is luckily well north and west of the populated areas of Quebec. Probably had a couple tornadoes earlier. I think we saw at least one on the CC. So would not be surprised if there's more tornadoes that are confirmed. But this is also a pretty rural and unpopulated area, Quebec. So we'll have to see if any of these actually get verified. But still has damaging winds with a couple areas of circulation in here near Clova, Quebec. And then also some larger hail in these storms here with some rotation down here still near, let's see, Majan Ajik, I think. Again, my French is not great, but still some pretty hefty cells here in Quebec. And then we pick up the severe thunderstorms. They're not tornado warned anymore, but this is a squall line here approaching areas north and west of Toronto from Barry's Bay, Bancroft, down towards areas like Cameron, Coboconk, Kinmount, Burley Falls, and then further down towards Sutton and Keswick and Newmarket. I have to watch, there's a little rotation on that tail end storm near Newmarket, so that is a storm to watch. This is also a little bit more populated of an area too, so we definitely have to watch that storm there in Ontario. And then we get a little bit of a gap here in southwest Ontario through Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan. Michigan and Ohio haven't had, or especially Michigan hasn't had as many severe storms as some of the models showed. And then watching back here, now coming through Peoria, we have some pretty strong storms. Galesburg up to Lafayette, Illinois. The storms have now gone non-tornadic. That area of rotation that was around Smithfield and Cuba has broadened. So a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Also 60-mile-an-hour winds and some hail possible with that storm. But then we're really turning our attention here back into Missouri. We have a new tornado warning here for this cluster of storms. This is near Marceline and Macon along US 36 here. New Cambria, Kern, Ewer, Lingo. We have an additional severe thunderstorm warning for considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind, golf ball size hail. Let's move the camera here. This is Salina, Kansas, and here is our Missouri camera. This is south of these storms, but looking back towards these storms. This is in Troy, Missouri. And now we can see the clouds are getting a little darker here on the horizon line. So this is starting to see this line of storms come towards this area. And I think, mentioned this earlier, we do have to watch this area here, I think from Columbia, Jefferson City, over towards the western and northern St. Louis suburbs, and up along the Mississippi River towards Hannibal. This area is, I think, our most favorable area. We may get what the model suggested, a bit of a MCS developing with a heavy wind threat. May get that running down the Mississippi River, so would not be surprised if we see a Mississippi River runner today. Yeah, here near New Cambria, that is your area of circulation. And again, outside of that, we're seeing a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail, and a tornado possible. That exists all the way over here, 70-mile-an-hour wind threat towards Monroe City, Stoutsville, around the Shelbyville, Missouri area. There's also a bit of rotation in this part of the storm. And even a little bit of rotation, I think, back further here towards Brookfield. So this area of storms is starting to get that QLCS, MCS type of look here for possible severe weather. Parts of northern Missouri have had a pretty rough day. They've had rounds of heavy rain and thunderstorms. Earlier near Lancaster, Missouri, right here on the Iowa border, there was 4 to 5 inch hail. We've had a couple damaging wind reports, but especially near Keokuk, Iowa. But for the most part, a lot of this has been hail. And we're starting to see a little bit of a decrease in the severe weather, I think, in this part of western Illinois. Still some stronger storms up here towards Galesburg and Bloomington and Peoria. That seems to be a bit of a cluster of storms, and then we're starting to see a pretty heavy cluster of storms here in Missouri. So I would not be surprised if we get further downstream severe warnings out of those, and then also into central Illinois from this cluster here around Peoria, Bloomington, and Galesburg. Yeah, the storms have downtrended here between Quincy and Macomb, and also around Pittsfield, Jacksonville, Springfield. Still some pretty heavy storms along 72 here between Jacksonville and Springfield, Illinois. I want to take a look at this storm. This is near Peoria, Illinois, and Bloomington Normal. Gusty winds and some small hail in this one. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So this is our, I think, most considerable threats here in this part of the country. Again, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning near Marceline and Bevier and Macon, and also more immediately over New Cambria. That's our area of circulation right in here along US 36. It's drifting south, and then beyond that we have a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're out ahead of this line, this is your time to act now. I mentioned some of those cities that are out ahead of this, but Columbia, Moberly, Mexico, Missouri, Fulton, over towards even Troy and Bowling Green and the 61 corridor. If you are in those areas and you are living in a mobile home or out here camping, time is now to get to a sturdy shelter, a well-built shelter, especially like Moberly, Mexico here in Missouri. You guys have a more immediate time to get there. But yeah, even if you're down here, Fulton and Columbia, start to think about where that action plan is, because hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threats, severe thunderstorms like this can do damage to mobile homes, to trailers, to camping tents, and then certainly if we have any tornadoes on top of that, that just adds to the damage. So there's our area rotation right here along 36 near Cambria, Kern, Ewer. That's coming down towards Wayne, Lagonda, Berryville, Casseyville, Hubert, Hubbard, Bynumville, Hamden, and College Mound, Missouri. Once again, those are pretty damaging winds here into Missouri. We've had also a considerable threat for tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is riding along I-70 here now between Manhattan and Topeka near Wamengo. It also has a little bit of rotation in this storm, but for the most part, it's a hail threat. Most of the hail right now is north of I-70, but Wobenies, over towards St. Mary's, Newberry, Alma, and Wamengo, Kansas, is basically be in your shelter there. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds near Abilene, Salina, and then a little bit of downtrending in some of these storms here in Kansas. That's good to see. St. John, still pretty strong storms down towards Greensburg and down towards Meade, Kansas. We can also see there's an outflow boundary along this line of storms. This line has pushed out an outflow boundary that has damaging winds in it. So you're going to get damaging winds even before you get the thunder and lightning. Probably a shelf cloud in here too. And then still looking at some strong storms north of Amarillo. They've also pushed out an outflow boundary, so we can see those gusty winds surging out, basically approaching Amarillo right now, that outflow boundary. But there are some pretty strong storms with still some hail cores in here near Fritch, Texas. Still an isolated chance of severe weather down into Texas. But for the most part, we're focused in kind of that cluster in Kansas, and then also the cluster here in Missouri and western Illinois. So right now, Miami, back to Miami, we're taking a look at the flood threat here, also in South Florida tonight. a really cool view. There is a cloud deck, but also a little bit of sunshine on the backside there. So some low clouds and dark clouds over Miami downtown, but then we can see the sunset out there. And right now Miami is getting a break. We're seeing the cloud deck here basically streaming out of the southwest here across Miami. So we're taking a look at that. Let's see what satellite shows. Let's see. Maybe getting too dark to see that. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we're getting a little dark to see that, but there is your storms, wind and rain here out towards Key West and approaching here the Everglades. That's going to continue to slide up towards Miami here, so we may get back into the rain and storms. But for right now, a okay night, and they've let the flash flood warnings here expire for a little bit. But again, this area here, Coral Springs, Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hialeah, Miami, Kendall, this area does not take a lot of water to get flash flooding again, especially since we've had 15 to 20 inches of rain in here the last couple days. So we could easily get more flash flooding. A quick look also here. This is out towards Key West. And again, we can see those storms and rain coming through this part of the camera here. I'll probably change the Key West camera to a little brighter location as it gets darker here on the East Coast. 8:48 Eastern Time, 7:48 Central. Yeah, we're starting to lose the light there in the Keys. But still a really great view. And the nice thing yesterday, we saw the flooding yesterday. But the nice thing with Miami being a large metro area is there's a lot of light pollution and city lights here. So we can keep this camera up for a little longer. And also a really cool view of the skyline lighting up here of Miami. Yeah, that's a neat view. We'll see if it gets rainy again, though. Back here into Illinois, we'll take a tour of the severe storms again here in Illinois and Missouri. Strongest storm here in Illinois is between Peoria and Bloomington. We can see those gusty winds here near Eureka, Illinois. This is also along I-74 near Goodfield, Mackinac, Danvers, and then approaching Bloomington. Also up through Peoria along 74. Non-severe storms right now, but Ontario, Toro, Galesburg, you guys all have pretty strong thunderstorms. And then we pick up the severe storms here. Still some strong storms coming towards Springfield, Illinois. But we pick up the considerable threat severe storms. A line stretching from Palmyra back towards Monroe City, Shelbina, Stoutsville, Madison, and then also Macon, Clarence, Marceline, Jacksonville, Missouri, Muscle Fork, Missouri, down towards Brookfield, and even back towards Wheeling and Laredo, Missouri. This is a strong cluster here that's developed damaging winds, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and considerable threat for large hail. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then near New Cambria along US 36. That's where we're watching that area rotation. And that's going to continue south here along Missouri 129 towards Bynumville, Lagonda, Hubert, Hubbard, Caseyville, Berryville, College Mound, and Hamden in Missouri. A lot of lightning with these storms. Still not seeing them really much on this camera, although that cloud line has gotten a lot darker there the last couple minutes. So we may start to see a little more structure of those storms here in Missouri. But also paying attention to areas downstream, Moberly, down towards Columbia, Fulton, and also down US 61 towards Wentzville and those western St. Louis suburbs. This whole area has to kind of watch for this cluster of storms. In fact, I'll take a look and we can see, let me see what the National Weather Service may have. Let's see. I want to check in on the National Weather Service discussion here, see if there's anything. Yeah, they're kind of expecting a MCS movement, even a wider discussion, also down into the I-55 corridor in Illinois here. So they are paying attention to that. So far, only 2 tornado warnings in Missouri today. They are going to continue the tornado warning. It just got extended here. I think the time frame of it. The storm it's kind of tucked back a little bit. It's not moving particularly fast, but and we're still kind of far from the radar site, but still in this area here near New Cambria, Kern, and it's still just a radar indicated tornado here. But this is a damaging wind threat with a larger tornado possible tag, 2-inch lime-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and that stretches in a line just north and east of Chillicothe, all the way to the areas here just to the west, and yeah, basically just to the west of Palmyra, Missouri. And then kind of a broken area here over the Mississippi River, but another line of stronger storms coming through Springfield, Illinois, and then strong to severe storms from Galesburg, Peoria to Bloomington, Illinois. The National Weather Service just recently had a discussion kind of highlighting much of the area that I mentioned earlier. I kind of focused in on the Missouri side. Just a little bit of a hunch. I think that side's going to be a little stronger, but there's still possible MCS that could develop here through central Illinois. But these storms, at least right now, through central Illinois and western Illinois, are a little disorganized for what I'm seeing. To form pretty quickly and then into a MCS. Although we're getting a little bit where possibly MCS works off a localized low. We may start to see that kind of develop. If we do, then this area could get a bit more of an MCS. But I would think if that does develop, that would be a little bit more of an eastern threat for Springfield, Urbana, and points out towards like Effingham, Illinois. This area is kind of developing on its own a little bit. That's going to slide south towards Columbia, Jeff City, and even towards St. Louis. So really watching that Missouri River or the Mississippi River runner that could come through here into east Missouri. We're starting to see those storms building down here now towards Monroe City, Perry, Center, New London, Vandalia, Illinois, or Vandalia, Missouri, Stoutsville, and Paris. You guys are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, if you're out in front of these storms and you're in a mobile home, a camping trailer, a tent, if you're doing recreational activities out here, especially north of I-70, north of Columbia towards Moberly, and also north and west of Wentzville, Missouri, start to have that action plan. And then still watching the considerable threat here, tennis ball size hail, and this is verified a number of times here near Wamengo, Kansas, Newberry, Bellevue, St. Mary's, Maple Hill, all along I-70. You guys have to really watch for that storm there. And then also some scattered severe storms, one near Abilene with a quarter-size hail. Strong storm here. This is west of Emporia. That may get a severe warning near Hillsboro, Kansas. And then also watching another cluster of storms with a damaging outflow boundary. We can see the outflow boundary in here. And we can also see that on the radar, the outflow boundary pushing out ahead of those storms with some severe winds. Those may get towards Wichita, so we'll have to watch the Wichita metro. And then also that outflow boundary coming through Amarillo right now with sub-severe winds, but probably 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds coming through the Amarillo metro here. And storms here near Fritch are still pretty strong. Thought I heard the warning thing twice, but we're getting at least one new warning here. It's for those storms near Wakefield, Kansas. Another pretty good hail core showing up right there near Wakefield, Junction City, Ogden. This may also get into Manhattan, Kansas again, who just had a hailstorm go through there. Let me take this camera back here. This is the Miami camera. And then I will see if we can get a new camera in Kansas. All right, I'll take this one right now. This is I-70 at Junction City looking northeast. So we're looking right here. The 70 kind of comes in and then turns a little bit south, then goes back west. So we're right here in Junction City looking northeast. That would mean the storm that is severe warned is off to the camera's left. So we'll see if that continues here. The largest hail may go a little bit north of this camera. So I'll see if we can maybe get a better camera. And then if this storm continues towards Topeka with larger hail, we may have a good opportunity to catch that camera. Still the tornado warning here in northern Quebec for these storms here that are slowly weakening, but there is an area of rotation still here in Quebec. It's south and east of Clova, Quebec, in that area here, and then there's probably another one still down in this area, but we're not really getting a lot of good radar out of that part of Quebec. Severe warned storms further south. This is pushing into a little more populated area here, west and south of Ottawa, towards Bancroft, Floymount, then towards Burley Falls, Lakefield, Peterborough, and then further down Port Perry, Uxbridge, Sunderland, and we'll see if those get into the Toronto metro. We're going to get a replacement here of the tornado warning. Before we do, I'll take a look at these storms here near Peoria. There's severe storms from Bloomington, and then arcing back north of Peoria here towards Galesburg, some pretty strong storms, but the severe storms are just north of Peoria and east of Peoria, with heavy rain and some small hail in those. Yeah, we may get kind of a 2 MCS thing, but if a little bit of a low pressure forms in here, could see that kind of arcing an area of severe storms off to the south and east here of that complex. But then we're really watching this complex of storms developing here in Missouri. Near Monroe City, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That one has a little area rotation too. And then also watching, there was a area rotation near New Cambria. That looks like it's gotten kind of cut off and not rotating as much. But there's a new area rotation that I was watching back to its west, and that's what the new area that's getting warned here. So this is a radar indicated tornado. Also lime-sized hail possible near Marceline in Missouri, Buckland, Ewer, Wien, Lagonda, Westville, Bynumville, Hubbard, Hamden, and Muscle Fork, and Prairie Hill and Echo. So some of the same areas that were in the original tornado warning, that warning kind of covered this area here. So a little bit of crossover. It's a new area of circulation in here towards Marceline. There it is right in there, you can see. Where are we looking from? This is a bit of a radar hole. Again, if you want to talk to your Congress people, this area from Hannibal, Kirksville, Centerville, Ottumwa, Burlington, Quincy needs a radar site. There needs to be a radar site somewhere up in here. It's a pretty frequent area for severe weather in northeast Missouri, southeast Iowa, and western Illinois that does not have great radar coverage. So we are looking at a storm from the Kansas City radar here, which means these circulations are hard to see at the ground level, and that's where a lot of tornadic activity happens, is in the few thousand feet closest to the ground. So we're not going to have a great look at these storms, but we can see the inflow notch. There's our Junction City camera. We can see the inflow notch here. And we can see that area rotation picking up here. Yeah, so our radar site is way over this way to the south, and he's basically over my head is the radar site. So we're looking at radar here. The beam goes out this way. So we're seeing wind going away from the radar and wind going towards the radar. Area rotation is right between that, and that's where we're seeing that. That's also where we're seeing that inflow notching. And it's probably too far from the radar site to really confirm if a tornado is on the ground. At least from the upper level rotation, that's a pretty strong area rotation. So would not be shocked if this is on the ground. The other thing we can't fully see at this height and this distance from the radar is exactly where this is in the storm. So we have our storm here, and our beam is shooting over here. We may see the rotation here. Let's see the rotation here. But at the ground level, the rotation may be here. So I can't really tell fully if this is fully avoiding Marceline. You know, these tornadoes do have some curves in them within the thunderstorm. And even at the base, you can sometimes see them curving. So this far from the radar site, I think it's on the east side of Marceline. But I wouldn't clear Marceline because you guys need to stay in your safe space. If we were closer to the radar site, I could say, yeah, it's east of you guys. But we're too far from the radar site that this whole area is potentially where the tornado is. And now we're starting to see the CC lower values. So this starts to confirm that there is a tornado likely on the ground here. Pretty strong rotation and seeing some lower CC values. That may be on the ground. Right here on WW between Marceline, Missouri and Ewer, Missouri. Can't fully confirm it. Started to see some lower values. The latest scan did not have those. And again, that could be one of those situations where we have our storm here, our radar beam. Tornado could be just mostly under that, picking up debris. And every now and then, we get one or two lighter pieces of debris that float up. So again, we can't confirm that, like if our radar beam was lower and we could see more of the circulation closer to the ground. Yeah, northeast Missouri, southeast Iowa, contact your Congress people and let them know you need a National Weather Service radar site. Personally, for me, if you can tell, it's one of my rants a little bit, is this is actually an area that gets, out of all the radar holes in the country, there's discussions on social media about the radar holes the weather community has, but out of all the radar holes, this is one here in northern Missouri and southern Iowa that gets pretty frequent severe weather, damaging winds, all hazards, damaging winds, tornadoes, a large hail, and we don't have a great radar coverage. Western Illinois included in that. All right, I'm going to check on food real quick. It's a live production here, so I'm going to check on the food real quick, and then we'll also get back and continue covering the severe storms here in the Midwest, the flash flooding and tropical moisture in Florida, Quick look there at Key West and up into southwest Florida. And then also tracking severe storms up in Canada here as well, Ontario and Quebec. Would not be surprised if this gets confirmed. We can also see there still is broad rotation in that area here near New Cambria, now south of New Cambria. So there still is some broad rotation there. But watching this area south of Marceline, just south and east of Marceline. Shouldn't take too long to get this food ready to go. Had some pasta going, some Cajun pasta. So let's see. Let's put this into motion for a second, and then I will be right back. Get that Cajun pasta whipped up. All right, we're back here. Webcam up. Let me just check audio now that I'm back. A little bit longer on the Cajun pasta. All right. Hello, hello. Audio sounds okay. I think we're good. A couple more severe thunderstorm warnings here popping off since we just took a break. Let's get back to the single site radar and watching now a pretty good cluster here of storms coming through central Illinois now towards Bloomington, Pontiac, Fairbury, Strader, and then back towards Eureka, Bayview Gardens, north sides of Peoria, Peoria Heights, Washburn, Lacone, and Wyoming. Even stronger storms all the way back towards Galesburg. This could be a little bit of a flood threat here in this area along I-74 from Bloomington, Peoria, and Galesburg, and especially on the northern sides, that I-74 corridor there. Yeah, pretty good thunderstorms here clustering together. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail is the primary threat in those. But yeah, once you kind of start to get into those storms, you're going to be in them for a little while. This is, let's see, from Galesburg to this area here just east of Bloomington. That's about 93 miles of storms. So a pretty good cluster of storms has developed there. Some strong storms through Springfield, Illinois, but then we pick up the severe storms back here along the Mississippi River and into Missouri. Watching these storms here, we can start to see, I think, a little bit more cloud definition here. Certainly some darker clouds off to the right of this camera, and possibly a little bit on the left as well. So we're looking northwest here. Our camera down here near Troy, Missouri. Yeah, those darker clouds off to the right would be this complex of non-severe storms into Illinois here near Whitehall and Pittsfield, Illinois. But also kind of waiting on this camera to see if we can start to see the storms that are all along the I-61 or Route 61 corridor down to St. Louis from Hannibal. These storms here near Monroe City, Stoutsville, Center, Perry, New London, and Vandalia, Missouri. Severe warned for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And back here we have considerable threat, lime-size hail, and also tornadoes have been possible. There's been a couple areas of rotation. The latest one was around Marceline, Missouri. Still has a rotation in here, but it's a bit broad at the moment. There's also still some rotation in that original area that was warned near New Cambria. Either way, these areas of rotation have some gusty winds in them here too. Let's take a look here from this radar site if we can see that area of rotation. So there's that area of rotation near Marceline just a few scans ago. There's that other area that was broader rotation that came through New Cambria. They're still both kind of in here. This is weakened pretty significantly here, south and east of Marceline. Still have, again, some damaging winds in here, but this is also broad rotation near Thomas Hill Reservoir. If you're in this area, though, stay in your safe place. Muscle Fork and points around Marceline, Missouri here. Click out of that. Let's see. That's areas Westville, Wayne, Lagonda, Bynumville, Hamden, Echo, Prairie Hill, Hubbard, Thomas Hill, Darksville, and Caseyville. Stay in your safe space. I think I already said Muscle Fork and even Eccles down there. Because even without a distinct tornado threat, there's 70-mile-an-hour winds and possible lime-sized hail. And we're seeing that here in these purple cores. So even Marceline right now, you may have missed the tornadic part of the storm, but now you're into the hail core. That stronger storms extend back towards Chillicothe, but especially Meadville and Laclede and Brookfield east of Chillicothe. We will see there's a few scattered showers here with a little bit of lightning near Kickapoo, north of Leavenworth, Kansas. We're kind of waiting and seeing if the Kansas City metro gets storms or if you're going to get kind of skipped over like Detroit did earlier today. Back into Kansas, we also have lime-sized hail, considerable threat, St. Mary's, and points just north of there towards Emmett. That may skirt the Topeka metro, especially north sides of Topeka. Be very cautious of that storm. And then storms are kind of scattered severe storms with $half to quarter-size hail. Junction City, Ogden over to Manhattan, and then Clay Center to Wakefield, Minneapolis, Kansas to Bennington, and Abilene, Chapman. We also pick up some severe storms further south. These storms here around Newton and Florence, and also Cottonwood Falls. Two newer storms that have gone severe. Pretty good winds in those too. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Also watching a strong surge of winds down here in southwest Kansas, coming towards Medicine Lodge, Hutchinson. We'll see if that gets towards the Wichita metro. Wichita metro also looking north towards Newton. And then Ashland, now into the Oklahoma Panhandle, north and west of Woodward, Laverne, May, Buffalo, and Alva. 60-mile-an-hour wind is the primary threat there. Had some gusty winds pushing through Amarillo. Storms on the north side of Amarillo maybe have some small hail in them as well. And then we'll continue to look at camera 2. That is our Florida cameras. Getting dark and still stormy in the Keys. That's out of Key West. And then okay night right now here in Miami. The storms have pushed offshore. We saw the beautiful sunset and also a rainbow out of Miami here this evening. Yeah, Miami is clear for now, but more rain and storms here into the Everglades and then out into the Keys. Layton, Marathon, and Key West. And there's way more rain even back further into the Gulf of Mexico and even crossing through Havana. This is another big batch of rain that's all kind of making its way north and east towards southern Florida. So still radar indicated tornado warning here. Still seeing a couple areas of rotation, but still kind of broad at the moment here. New warning upgraded here for the areas here near, New London Center and Perry, Vandalia. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. We're starting to see that bow out. Yeah, starting to see some pretty good winds in here towards Stoutsville, Perry, Monroe City. This is, again, along the 61 corridor up from Troy to Bowling Green to Hannibal. So please take that seriously. And that is our camera 2 looking at Troy, Missouri, looking up towards those storms. We can add a camera here. Let's go back to Miami camera for a second. Taking a look here. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like Illinois might be one of those states that just has the picture cameras that take pictures every few minutes rather than the cameras that actually have live video. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, we'll keep our Troy, Missouri camera up and running, still looking at those storms. All right, so a little hard to see because it's right on the edge of the cameras, but darker clouds here off to the left of the camera. Those are those storms that we're looking up at. Again, Troy, Missouri is right here. Take the reflectivity for a second. Our camera's looking north, so off to the left of our camera, that is starting to be the storms that we're seeing over here. We have some darker clouds off to the right of our camera, and those were those storms that passed here up towards Whitehall and Pittsfield, Illinois earlier. So you can kind of see both of those still in that camera, but we're really watching this destructive storm coming down along US 61 and still warned here for considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've dropped the tornado warning. So good news is there. We've dropped the tornado warning, but still a tornado possible tag, and then destructive severe thunderstorms with golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming down 63 towards Moberly, up to Macon, and then areas around Marceline, Brookfield, Meadville, Chillicothe, Blue Mound, Hale, Bosworth, Brunswick, Keatsville, Higbee, and eventually we'll check down along the Missouri River here into central Missouri. As I suspected, we've also pushed a severe thunderstorm watch into the St. Louis metro. So we talked about that earlier today. We talked about how I was kind of suspecting there might be some Missouri storms that run down the Mississippi River. And that looks like has kind of verified. Let me pull up the NWS wording on that one. So this is a pretty skinny severe thunderstorm watch. It just kind of covers that area from that we talked about earlier, Decatur, Urbana in Illinois, down to areas here south and east of Springfield, Illinois, towards Jerseyville, Edwardsville, Illinois, on the east side of St. Louis, and then also pushes severe thunderstorm watch down towards Sedalia, Jefferson City, Wentzville, Troy, Bowling Green, Missouri. So it covers actually this area here, just out ahead of this line of storms until 1 a.m. Central. Large hail, 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and frequent lightning is what it is highlighting. Yeah, until 1 a.m. Central Time. 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts are likely, frequent lightning is possible, and hail up to 2 inches. That is lime-sized hail. Definitely seeing the severe threat increase here into the I-70 corridor in Missouri, and also north of I-70 between I-70 and I-55 here in central Illinois. With no tornado warnings here at the moment, I want to cover the storms kind of top to bottom. And actually, we've dropped tornado warnings in Canada as well. So just severe thunderstorm warnings. As this line pushes east, it's going to continue to weaken here in Canada. But let's see if we can even see it. It's well, it's kind of past our radar. Talk about radar holes. There's a pretty good squall line in here in northern Quebec. And then we do have more radar coverage down here. Between Ottawa and Toronto, we have a good line of storms. It's actually bowing out in points, so it's coming towards Perth, Ontario, eventually towards Belleville, Kingston, and here north of Toronto. Yeah, it's kind of slid north and east of Toronto, but even towards Peterborough, and eventually along the lakeshore here of Lake Erie, or not Lake Erie, Lake Ontario here towards Belleville, Kingston. You guys are going to see strong to severe storms later tonight. Southwest Ontario and then into Michigan has largely gotten skipped. The Detroit area has stayed pretty severe free. Good to go in Toledo, Fort Wayne, South Bend, down towards Indianapolis, Detroit, or Dayton, Hamilton, Cincinnati, Columbus. No severe thunderstorm watches anymore in northern Indiana. And then around Chicago, immediately, you guys are good. Rockford, Davenport, along I-80, essentially. Des Moines is all good. It's south of the Chicago metro and really towards Bloomington that we have the bigger problems. A big cluster of storms here is severe warn from Strader, Pontiac, Fairbury, down towards Bloomington, Randolph, and then back towards Peoria. And north of Peoria, too, towards, let's see, Bayview Gardens, Washburn, Lacone, Peoria Heights, East Peoria, Washington, Illinois, Morton, Mackinac, Danvers, Stanford, and areas here around Bloomington, Normal. So that is a big cluster of severe warn storms. Hail and wind are the primary threats. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. You can see some of those winds, especially surging out here along I-55 towards Pontiac. We lose some of the severe storms here, just some general thunderstorms from Springfield down towards Jacksonville, Illinois, and then north of St. Louis towards Hardin, Illinois. We're really watching the severe storms here along 61. Strong storms near Perry, Vandalia, and Center and New London. They've been dropped from the considerable, so that's good to see. Just 60-mile-an-hour winds at the moment. And then still have the considerable threat here from Moberly, Higbee, Keatsville, Brunswick, Bosworth. The storms right now are allowing Blue Mound, Hale, Marceline, back just to the north of Moberly and Huntsville, towards Jacksonville and Cairo in Missouri. At times, there's been areas of circulation, so we got to watch this area for some tornadic spin-ups, but primarily right now, it's Gulf Wall size hail and up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat coming into central Missouri. We're also watching storms north of Topeka towards Holton in Kansas. The storm has had a history of large hail. It has half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds at the moment. Also still have some strong storms back west of Manhattan. Manhattan got the storm that's near Emmett and Mayetta right now. But this storm has left a pretty big trail along US 24 in Manhattan, Kansas, of some larger hail, 2.5 to 3 inch hail. May get some more hail, quarter size, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Couple strong storms still north and west of Lincoln in Kansas. And then also watching some wind-producing thunderstorms here. Newton, Kansas, down towards Cottonwood Falls, Bazaar, south and west of Emporia, Kansas. They've already had some 62-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported in these storms. So watching out for those as they're along 35, coming towards El Dorado, Kansas, and Wichita may get split here with the storms. There's storms west of Wichita and also north and east of Wichita. But watching some stronger storms, Kingman down to Medicine Lodge. These storms have had gusty winds here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, Medicine Lodge, Kiowa, Alva, Buffalo, Laverne, and May into the Oklahoma Panhandle. And then also some strong storms pushing through Amarillo. Non-severe at the moment, but maybe some small hail in this near Bishop Hills. New warning here for a half-dollar size hail to extend out from Holton to Valley Falls, Rock Creek, and Nortonville, Kansas. There is our traffic cam from Troy, Missouri. Let me see if I can get ahead of that one storm that's in Kansas. Let's see. Storms are where the cameras aren't. Let's see. I was muting my mic. But yeah, it's a great views here. We're seeing areas north side of Wichita. I don't know how long that mic was muted for. North side of Wichita here with this camera along 254, or kind of watching storms work towards the Wichita metro from the north and from the west. Still have our Troy, Missouri camera. We can see the storms severe warned. There in the top left corner, you can see that shadow of the clouds, and also a couple rain shadows. Those are from the storms along the Mississippi River, non-severe at the moment. And then I had also mentioned we had cameras here, Miami, and we also had a new camera here that I pulled from the Florida Keys. So seeing the rain and storms and a little bit of lightning there on camera over the Florida Keys. Okay night right now in Miami. And then we're watching those areas here in Missouri, Kansas, and Illinois, watching those severe storms scattered across that region. So I'm going to go grab quickly my Cajun pasta. I think it's done now. And then we'll continue to cover the severe storm threat here in the Midwest and a little bit in the Great Lakes, but also into Canada, and also continuing to cover the tropical moisture plume flash flooding in southern Florida. Also, finally getting a severe thunderstorm warning here out of the Amarillo metro, that storm in the Texas Panhandle. Severe warn, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind, and half-dollar size hail. So we'll check in on those, check in on some upgrades to some 60-mile-an-hour windstorms coming through south central Kansas right now. It's a pretty busy night for severe weather here, stretching all the way from Quebec and Ottawa and north of Toronto, all the way down through Kansas and the Texas Panhandle. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll continue to cover it here just as soon as I grab that Cajun pasta. All right, just 0 metered some Cajun pasta, so that was good. Let's I was a little cautious. I just want to do a mic check again since we're getting back on. All right, so we are continuing to track. If you're just joining us, we're continuing to track severe storms. Little audio check's a little loud. Continuing to track severe storms here from Quebec and Ottawa area here in Ontario, all the way down a little bit of a gap here in the Great Lakes, but into the Midwest here. And I will probably change the title of this. Let's see. Yeah, we can just leave it. Ooh. Okay. Bit of a radar tour, and we'll go on another radar tour here. I do want to check down here. We're, again, also tracking flash flooding and the tropical moisture. Here down in the Keys. Tropical moisture from Key West, Marathon, Layton, Isla Morada, and then now starting to creep into the Miami Metro. We have our camera in Miami, so we can take a look at that. Our camera here is basically looking at downtown Miami here at 395 and Fountain Street, stretching out to Miami Beach. So we're right here looking at Miami here, A1A and 395, then MacArthur Causeway. And yeah, downtown Miami right here, clear for now. So we're seeing clear data for now. But back towards areas here, Homestead, Florida, and then further south into the Everglades. That's where we're starting to see the storms push up through. Isla Morada has a pretty good storm right now. And those stretch all the way back down into the Florida Keys, where there are strong storms here out over the water. At times, we've been able to see the lightning flashing here on the Florida Keys cam, off, especially on the top here, across the title bar of that camera. Again, you can see there it's, let's see, maybe a bit delayed there. Let's see, 9:58 on the East Coast. It's 8:58, 8:59 here, Central Time. And then those are our Florida cameras. We're also seeing some pretty cool cameras here. This is out of Missouri, and we're starting to see some of the rain shadows here. There's been storms off to the northeast of this camera. We can see those clouds here. A little bit of sunset, and there's a bunch of lightning. That was actually really cool. We're also seeing those storms push in here. That's what I thought. I thought we should be able to get some lightning out of that camera. Let's go to that camera and see what we're seeing here. So storms along the Mississippi River right now have gone below severe limits, but we're looking at those storms to the north of Troy, where our camera here is at Troy, Missouri, looking north. So we're seeing those storms coming down 61. Also a scattered general thunderstorms north of St. Louis, Godfrey, Illinois, up to Whitehall, and then over towards Springfield, Illinois. We'll pick up the storms here in central Illinois. A bunch of severe storms here. Fairbury, Paxton, Gibson City now pushing east of Bloomington Normal. Still some strong storms back here over Bloomington Normal. And then now pushing north and east of Peoria. But also some strong storms up towards Strader, Peru, and Princeton along I-80. We'll see if any of these get closer to Chicago. If anything, it'd be along I-80 and further south. So towards Juliet, you guys might get some storms later. Ottawa, Illinois, and then also down towards Urbana, Champaign. And then we're really watching also these severe storms that are back into central Missouri, north central Missouri. Moberly over to Marceline, and now back towards areas south of Chillicothe. And these have been drifting a little bit, or not drifting. They're mostly headed kind of south-southeast, but they've also backbuilt a little bit. They've backbuilt through Chillicothe. They may clip some of these areas we were watching earlier to see if there was going to be any severe storms around Kansas City. They may clip some of the areas around Kansas City, especially, say, Richmond down towards maybe Grain Valley. We'll have to check that out. But definitely areas here: Sedalia, Boonville, Columbia, Marshall, Carlton. If you're out ahead of this line, please take it seriously. It's had a couple tornado warnings on it, but it's also had damaging winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat, and at least golf balled lime-sized hail. So we're watching those. There is a tornado possible tag still on that storm. So let's check that out. Yeah, there is a little area rotation still in here. Looks like also another one here near Moberly. Yeah, there is another one here, a little area rotation near Moberly and Higbee. So watching that part of the storm, and then watching this storm rotating here near Mendon. Well, yeah, kind of in this area here near Mendon. We're in a bit of a radar hole. We're looking in northern Missouri at storms from the Kansas City radar and also from the St. Louis radar. So a bit far for some of these storms. The Kansas City one will have a little bit better of a handle on the storms back here towards Kingston, Polo, and Carlton. What else is in here? Bogard, Bramer, Ludlow, Kingston, Cowgill, Bosworth, Bogard, Hale, Mendon, Brunswick, Dalton, Keatsville, Salisbury, Clifton Hill, Armstrong, Higbee, Huntsville, Moberly, Rennick, Clark, Cairo, Sturgeon, Centralia, Hallsville, Harrisburg, just north of Rocheport. That's all cities in Missouri that are in that considerable threat for severe thunderstorms here. Currently all north of I-70, but again, we'll watch those. I'm watching some lightning here come into that camera in Troy, Missouri. Okay, back into Kansas. Kansas has had a scattered amount of severe storms. It's a little more isolated at the moment. There's still a severe storm north of Topeka. This has drifted north. This is the same storm that dropped 2 to 3 inch hail near Manhattan. We've seen a pretty good stretch of hail come across here. And now we're seeing that here near Valley Falls, Rock Creek, and Nortonville. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's basically pushing east. So right now it's probably not a threat for downtown Kansas City. We'll have to make sure it doesn't turn a little bit to the right. But if it holds on its current path, it's been tracking pretty good east. It's more of an issue here, I think, for Kickapoo, Platte City, and Leavenworth on the northwest side of the Kansas City metro. We also have severe storms here south of Emporia along I-35. A big mess of storms coming into El Dorado. They have gone below severe limits, I think, at the moment. But we can also check that. We do have a camera. We have a camera here out of the Wichita area along 254. Now, I think we're looking at west, so we actually may be looking away from those storms. Let me see if I can look at storms that are a little closer. We're kind of watching to see if these storms near Kingman get towards Wichita. But it looks like they may slide a little further south. And this area here, Kingman, over towards Norwich, Conway Springs, Argonia, Danville, Mayfield, Anthony, Bluff City, Caldwell, and Corwin in Kansas. That area is all under severe warning. We've had a considerable threat, actually, for those storms. They are getting some lightning out of the that Wichita cam, but there's also a outflow boundary that's surged out, pushed some pretty heavy wind out of those storms. So still could get 60+ mile-an-hour winds out of those. A pretty big storm here in the Oklahoma Panhandle near Beaver, Oklahoma, and Forgan, Oklahoma. And then just as I was going to get that Cajun pasta, This went severe warned, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds out of this storm here along I-40 west of Amarillo. It's, I think, starting to be a dying thunderstorm, but as it degrades, that sometimes pushes some of that wind to the ground as well. So you get a big downburst in a degrading thunderstorm. That could be what's going on there. That pretty much covers our severe storms in the Midwest. I also do want to look at our severe storms in Canada. We have severe thunderstorm warnings pushing into Ottawa, Ontario right now. Pretty good amount of storms. Ottawa is right on the border here between Ontario and Quebec. So we're seeing some pretty strong storms still in Quebec as well. Can't really get a hold of the storms that are in northern Quebec, although we're starting to see a little bit of these. Kind of a bowing segment coming out here of a lower populated area in Quebec, but starting to get into a few more populated areas around Lac Saint-Jean. There's likely some gusty winds in those storms. We had some supercells in Quebec today. There is still a little bit of rotation in this storm. So we'll have to watch that one. But there were a couple of really healthy looking supercells back earlier towards Val d'Or and areas kind of in this area here. Those have all pretty much lined out, and now seeing a surge of bowing echoes here. We do have a new tornado warning though, just at the Ottawa Metro, actually right near our radar site. It's this little notch. Hard to fully see what's going on in here, but it's that little notch here. We got a little inflow notch in this line segment. Wind is surging out towards the radar site, so we're really close to this. Possible tornado there near Carleton Place, down towards Perth, Smith Falls, Altamont, and areas here just to the southwest of Ottawa. So really populated area here in Ontario. That's a dangerous storm. Pretty strong storms coming through Constance Bay at the moment and Ann Pryor. And then also beyond the tornadic threat there, coming towards Perth and Smith Falls is a big surge of wind here with that wind surging out. Just updated here. Let's get an update. Yeah, there is a pretty good area rotation in here along Ottawa Route 7 and Route 16. Hard to see exactly what's going on. We're almost getting too close to the radar site. Also severe storms approaching Lake Ontario, Kingston, Belleville, Colburn, Cobourg, and down towards areas around Peterborough. Had some pretty strong to severe thunderstorms still in that area. A couple storms still possible back into Toronto. We can see a little bit of back building of storms into southwest Ontario, but non-severe at the moment. There are some more storms here that we have to look at backboard building over Lake Huron. Overall, though, the storms here in Michigan have died down. And Michigan's actually had a pretty quiet night so far. And also Chicago. We're still watching storms here, though. A pretty good core of storms from Danville, now just west of Lafayette, Indiana. Seeing some stronger storms push into the Indiana side of the border there. So we may get a severe warning out of those storms if those continue. But areas west of Lafayette towards Danville, Urbana, Rantoul, and areas now north of Bloomington here towards Strader and Pontiac. Let's see, what else is in here? Gibson City, Paxton, Fairbury, Pontiac, Strader, and up towards Peru and Princeton in Illinois. That is a pretty hefty batch of storms in this area. It's all kind of moving generally east-southeast, so we'll have to see if that slides towards Indianapolis later tonight. Let me put the line into motion. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of the connecting of the storms that were in Indiana. We've seen that kind of back build and connect up with these storms coming through Urbana right now. But yeah, this whole batch is kind of moving a little more southeast, so Chicago should stay good. It's not fully ready to rule out any storms maybe on the south side towards Juliet. Definitely down further south where the severe thunderstorm watch is. Coal City, Kankakee, Morris. You can also see there's a bit of a either outflow boundary or lake boundary from the storms that were maybe earlier in Indiana or the lakefront, but there is a bit of a lake breeze or outflow boundary or a combo both that may spark some new storms up here towards Ottawa. "60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail is the primary threat, I think, in those storms. And then we're watching some storms come through areas here north side of St. Louis, but just general thunderstorms. Good news is that storm near Bowling Green has died off quite a bit. Still seeing some lightning out of those storms, but looking at those storms near Bowling Green, Missouri, maybe a little small hail in there, but those are downgrading, which is good. Starting to get a little increasing concerned here for these areas north of I-70 and north of Columbia, Missouri. Hallsville, Centralia, Fayette, Glasgow, Slater. We have really strong storms over Moberly and stretching all the way back towards Bramer. That's south of Chillicothe. That is all pushing south, southeast, towards the I-70 corridor and towards some of these more populated areas around Columbia, Fulton, and Boonville. We can also see those here pushing south. Yeah, and we've had some larger hail in here. We've had a couple tornado warnings earlier around Marceline. You can see those storms here on the eastern side of that really dying out towards Bowling Green. But also, let's see, there's a couple areas of rotation. There's one here near Moberly, and then there's a new area of rotation. Let's see. Back in here near Hale, but I was also saying the new area of severe thunderstorm warning covers Waverly, Marshall, Slater, Glasgow, Brunswick, Carleton, with half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those are pretty strong storms. We can also catch them from this Kansas City radar. Yeah, those are pretty strong storms in here. And yeah, there's a little area of circulation right in here still. So watching that little notching feature. A couple storms are looking a little punchy up towards St. Joseph. These might try and scoot through the Kansas City area, especially towards Smithville, Lawson, Richmond, Green Valley. We can see the lightning increasing on those, so those are upscaling thunderstorms near St. Joseph, Missouri. And then back into Kansas, we've had a couple of severe storms. Those have all significantly disappeared here near the Manhattan, Kansas area. But still watching this storm west of Kansas City. It is near Valley Falls and Rock Creek, Nortonville, with half-dollar size hail. Okaloosa, McCluth, Lakeside Village, Winchester. Have to watch that storm on the northwest side of Kansas City if that gets into Kansas City. And then watching Wichita is going to get split, I think, by the strongest storms. There's strong storms near El Dorado, Cassidy, and Rosalia, Kansas. And then there's also strong storms back towards Kingman, down towards Anthony, Medicine Lodge, Kiowa, and then stretching down into the Oklahoma Panhandle near Beaver, Oklahoma. Severe storms also down here near Amarillo. 60-mile-an-hour winds here along I-40 near Vega, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle. That is, that's a lot of storms. I'm going to check here if we can get a different camera. Let's go to our traffic cams out of Florida for a minute. Take a look at Miami and Key West here. Stormy Key West. And okay right now, Miami. But I want to look and see if we have a different traffic cam in that area here in Wichita. Let's see. It's maybe one good view. The only problem is it's pretty low to the ground, so there's actually a lot of lights coming at this camera. But the storm that is strong to just below severe limits north and east of Wichita is viewed from this camera. It's kind of right here east of Wichita, looking back towards that storm. So that's an interesting view, but I think I'm gonna see the lightning pretty good, but I think I'm gonna try and get a different camera because it's right in the lights of the traffic there. A lot of the traffic cameras in Wichita are kind of pointed north-south or east-west, and I'm kind of looking for a north-south cam. Let's see. Still tornado warnings in Canada. This is out of St. Joseph. This is looking, I believe it's looking east at US 36 and I-29. So we're looking basically towards the backside of this storm that's upscaling here near St. Joseph. So I might keep that camera around for a little bit. And then still looking in that Troy, Missouri area. So yeah, we are seeing a pretty good push. Getting a new tornado warning here. Tornado warning here north of Columbia, Missouri. This was that area of rotation I mentioned earlier that was up near Moberly. Yeah, it was up near Moberly along US 63. Another radar hole here, so we're going to have problems seeing this one. Sturgeon, Centralia, and Hallsville, Missouri. You guys need to be in your safe space here, as well as Riggs and Middleton. This is an area of rotation here. And in northeastern Boone County in central Missouri, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Spurgeon, moving southeast at 30. Right now, radar indicated there are some chasers out in this area, so we may get verification. We'll have to see. This is pretty far from the radar site in both locations, in both Kansas City and St. Louis. Once again, that northern Missouri radar hole shows itself again. But there is that area of circulation. Actually, you can see it okay from the Kansas City side. Right here, near Sturgeon. It's hard to get super precise with it. And there's a lot of hail in here, so it's going to be really hard to confirm that with CC. Basically, our hail core is over Sturgeon. But we can see that area of rotation. Centralia, Hallsville, Sturgeon, if you're along south of Clark on US 63, please be in your safe space. Middleton, Murray, Youngers. And also just on the north side of that, Larrabee. Let's go with a different camera here. Live production. You guys get live producing weather here. There is Miami for you. And then I do want to take a closer look and get a camera somewhat that direction. There are no cameras up US 63. But look at this camera. This is in Columbia, Missouri at Highway I-70 and 63, and it is just an absolute disco show. It is near constant lightning. So that shows you, that kind of confirms what we're seeing out of these storms. There is a ton of lightning in this storm here. This whole stretch of storms, but especially this lead storm. This one probably has the largest hail in this too. And it's sliding south and east towards Hallsville, Centralia, and north sides of Columbia. Tornado possible, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind. Would not be surprised if there's a little larger hail in this too. But especially if you're north and east of Columbia, Missouri, it's definitely time to hunker down. And then if you're in this warning, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a storm shelter or a basement or a first like low level of a split level home, it's time to get to that level. If you do not have a basement or storm shelter, it's the lowest level of the room that you're in or of the structure that you're in. Often that's a hall closet, a bathroom, a laundry room, something interior into your house. Even like a walk-in closet in a bedroom or a pantry, something like that. If you can get to the lowest level and then most interior space closed off, that's where you need to go. Put as many of the walls between you and the outside as possible. This is our area rotation here. It's between Middleton, Hallsville, and Centralia, and Riggs and Larrabee. Really hard to see what's going on. There's hail in here and heavy rain, so it's kind of hard to see what that CC value is. But there is some lower CC value in there. Still just radar indicated, so that's a good sign. And we are seeing that storm just off the 63 connector here. So our camera is basically looking, I think, east. I think we're looking at east, so we're seeing the lightning kind of illuminate here from the left side of our camera. There's a bit of a shelf cloud here too. We can see it illuminated by the lightning. That's just come into view. Up here on this part of the screen, you can see the lowering. That is a bit of a shelf cloud here out ahead of this storm. I wish we had a camera that pointed north. This must look spectacular for the lightning. Still have a big area of rotation in here. It's a bit broad, but we're also looking at a higher level, so it's hard to really define this area of rotation too much, other than it's in here and it's rotating. It's this area here between Riggs, Middleton, Hallsville, and Centralia. So if you live between Centralia and Hallsville along Missouri 124, you guys need to be in your safe space. If you live along US 63, especially east side of US 63 from Riggs up to Bourbon, Larrabee, Centralia, Hallsville, and Middleton. We're going to get an extension here of this warning. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind, and a tornado possible. This also includes Columbia, Missouri now. So Columbia, Missouri, especially considerable threat. Prepare similar to a tornado. You want to be lowest level into your room. This could, a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm like this with 70+ mile-an-hour winds could do just as much damage as a tornado. And especially if you live in areas that have tall trees around you, you definitely want to get to a lowest level. Almost treat almost every storm, especially a severe storm like it's a tornado, if you live in a wooded area, because we've had this year, we've had in the spring here around Detroit, we had a death because of trees falling on homes. So if you're out here ahead of this, it's time to get prepared, because this is a bad boy coming at you. With a possible tornado, but also damaging winds, large hail. Columbia, Pierpont, New Bloomfield, Fulton, Ovaz, Benton City, and Mexico, Missouri. Even as far down towards Holt's Summit. You guys want to keep an eye on this storm. This also includes a lot of pretty well-traveled road. It includes US 63 around Columbia. It includes US 54 from Fulton in Mexico down to the north sides of Jefferson City. And it includes I-70 from Columbia all the way through the areas around Fulton and, let's see, Williamsburg. If you zoom in far enough, there's communities. And that also includes Kingdom City. There's a ton of little communities in here, so if I didn't call your name, just hopefully you guys know cities that are around that. But Ovaz, Kingdom City, over towards Columbia, Shaw, Switzer, Browns, Panthers, Prathersville, Youngers, Hallsville, Centralia, Mexico, Missouri, Benton City, Champ, Thompson, Shamrock, Martinsburg, Bachelor, Callwood, Fulton, Toledo, Hams Prairie, Pritchard, New Bloomfield, and Lake Mikeytown. That is a very dangerous storm. Tornado warning continues for Boone County, Missouri. Those storms near Troy have almost completely died off. There's one more lightning bolt still there. But these are, basically, you're in the St. Louis area right now. These are general showers and maybe a rumble of thunder. Same up through Springfield, Decatur. With stronger storms here, Lafayette over towards Urbana, Champaign, Rantoul in Illinois, eastern Illinois now. Paxton, Hoopeston, Waseca, Danville, Georgetown. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for you guys. Some strong storms still continuing up here towards Coal City, Strader, Ottawa, and Morris, and Pontiac in Illinois. Again, I don't think it's going to get into Chicago. Most of this is sliding southeast. So it's actually going to come back through some of the areas that were just warned. But may scoot areas south and west of Joliet, Illinois. Watching this feature kind of bowing out a little bit, I don't know if that's, it's a weird looking storm. There's these little branches on it. I don't know if that's radar contamination or if it's actually kind of like that. But either way, this is probably some gustier winds pushing out towards Lafayette, Indiana. Let's see if we can take that from, although not seeing a ton of strong winds in there, but just watch that feature there. And then also I want to check in on Ottawa. Ottawa is seeing pretty strong storms here at the moment. The tornado warning in Ottawa has dropped, but there's still pretty strong winds And we're seeing that pretty close to the radar site, 40, 50 mile an hour winds. Those are coming through Ottawa, Ontario right now, as well as up into Quebec. And then also pushing towards Kingston, Belleville, Brighton. Yeah, we can get these also from the US radar, which I like a little bit better. But yeah, we can see these strong storms here now pushing towards the border here with New York State. Brockville, Ogdensburg, Messina, Cornwall, Belleville, and Kingston in Ontario. Severe thunderstorm warnings for you guys on the Ontario side of the border for now. Still some strong storms back by Peterborough, Ontario, Oshawa, and then just some general thunder showers back towards Brampton. And also a pretty strong storm here near Clinton, Ontario. Yeah, coming off the water here, Goodrich, Clinton. That one could get a Canadian severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get back to our cameras here. Well, real quick, let me just check through Kansas real quick. That storm that was severe warned north of Topeka, that's gone. That's the storm that produced quite a bit of hail across Manhattan, Kansas, and Holton. So a couple big hail spots there. It's pretty much gone. The storms here around Wichita are sub-severe. The strongest of those being out here towards El Dorado, Kansas, and Eureka. Storms have died off pretty significantly in central Kansas at the moment. But then also that one that was out here towards Beaver, Oklahoma, that is intensified. And that actually has a considerable threat for half-dollar size hail and 70 mile an hour winds along US 270, Beaver, Laverne, Follette, and Dorset, right in the Oklahoma-Texas panhandle there. Storms have also died off here along I-40 and the Amarillo Metro. So starting to get the downtrend. It is, let's see, it's 9:30 p.m. Central, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And that was around the time that some of the models showed downtrending storms. I think our strongest storms are probably here in eastern Illinois, central Missouri, and then also that one in the Texas Panhandle. We're going to go back to our storms here in Missouri. Considerable threat and tornado possible coming towards 70 mile an hour winds, Columbia, Pierpont, Fulton, Avaz, Mexico, Benton City, Kingdom City, and all the way down towards New Bloomfield and Lake Mikeytown. We're going to get an extension of the tornado warning. That includes Fulton, Avaz, Kingdom City, Fulton, Avaz, and let's see, we can zoom in a little more, get some other towns. Pritchard, Ham Prairie, Toledo, Yucatan, Williamsburg, Colwood, McCready, Eastville, Hereford, Hatton, Concord, Youngers. This is a pretty dangerous storm. They're warning it out ahead. Because it's in a bit of a radar hole, as we can't get a lot of ground clarification on what's going on, we can just see kind of the rotation at the higher levels. But it's a pretty good size rotation. And there has been some CC drop in here, but it's also co-located with a lot of the hail and rain, so it's hard to really see what's going on at the ground level of this storm. Let me check, and we may be able to get some maybe I'll get some storm spotters that are on this and have some ground truth here. Yeah, we can see kind of the shelf cloud that's on this storm. Don't know if there's much more than we can see from this. That is a can't really see the any confirmation on socials, but was a storm chaser out here along 70 that basically took a video of the same thing we're seeing as near constant lightning on the cameras here. This is really close to Columbia. I think the worst of it is going to stay probably just to the east side of Columbia. Our camera should be in this a little bit right here, getting some rain, but I want to also grab a camera that's out ahead of this. So let's see. I want to take our camera here and put it right here. Ooh, look at that. This is at Kingdom City. This is right in the middle of our tornado warning. So this is a dangerous storm here. Let's just get a little bit tighter in this here. Yeah, seeing near constant lightning with this. There we go. Blow it up a little bit. Okay, live production. You guys see me switching cameras and stuff, but I think that's a cool thing about the weather streaming is you get a very raw look at also not just the weather, but you get weather production and live production. So kind of a cool thing. Not a cool thing here if you live in Fulton, Ovaz, Kingdom City. Again, our new camera that we're looking at is right here along I-70 and 54 at mile marker 129.5. Still has a pretty good area of circulation in here, and it's still very hard to see exactly what's going on at the CC level. We're still very high from the radar site. But at the very least, if there's not a tornado, this is some very heavy wind in here. We're seeing that surging out as well. And we can't really get a defined look at this storm. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour wind outside of the tornadic possibility. That's sliding just to the east of Colombia, but Colombia, please stay in your safe space. The wind can extend a little further out than some of the precip. And Mexico, stay hunkered down here. Let this storm pass to your south. But especially here along I-70 east of Columbia, Missouri, you guys need to be in your safe space. That is areas like Lindbergh, Eastville, Earl, Callaway, Callwood, Kingdom City, McCready, Fulton, Toledo, Pritchard, Hams Prairie, Yucatan, Williamsburg, Bachelor, Ovaz, Concord, Hatton, Hereford, Stevens, Youngers, Murray, Hallsville. Stay in your safe space a little further there, Hallsville, and let this storm pass. There's also bigger storms back further, so areas that are going to be under the severe warning here around Columbia, you guys may get in further severe warnings. These storms are kind of training southeast of each other. There's also new severe thunderstorms back here for ping pong ball sized hail. We were watching that storm near St. Joseph earlier. That has also gone severe warned. So Kansas City may still get some severe weather, but especially I think it's going to be Kansas City and points east. That is your best chance of severe weather at the moment. We'll have to see if there's any more back building, but the storms in Kansas seem to be downtrending. We'll have to see if there's any back building still into eastern Kansas. But a pretty good line here of storms that have back built into central Missouri from the storms that earlier produced some really large hail in northeast Missouri. I will quickly here go to the storm. Also a considerable threat in the Oklahoma Panhandle for half-dollar size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is along US 270, especially south and east side of Beaver and Forgan towards Gate, Oklahoma, and also down into Texas, Dar, Rosette, and Follett, Texas. You guys have a considerable threat there. You want to stay away from doors and windows and put as many walls between you and the outside. Lowest level into your room is always a good idea in those considerable threats, severe thunderstorms. General severe thunderstorms with 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail is the common theme up here into eastern Illinois. Most of these storms here are sliding south of the Chicago metro. They're staying south of I-80 here at the moment, for the most part, except right around Ottawa and Morris, just south of Joliet. So watching this batch of storms, again, 60-mile-an-hour wind is the primary threat with these. We've already seen some damage reports here, some thunderstorm wind damage of 60, 50, to even, I think there is a 70-mile-an-hour wind right along I-55 here. Semi-trailer turned over north Bloomington. So there's been some pretty strong winds. The heaviest of those is this area kind of surging out a little bit from Urbana to Danville to Hooperstown to Waseca. That's your strongest area there. And then, yeah, I saw this earlier. There's a bit of a bulge near Coal City, pushing out here east towards Kankakee, Illinois. That one now has a severe warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds there. That extends into Indiana, Attica, Indiana, Covington, Indiana, Weedersburg, Waynetown. St. Louis and Decatur, Springfield, Illinois. You guys are okay at the moment. Still watching these storms here, though, in central Missouri. It is a rough night if you're going west. Ooh, look at that. Look at the cloud structure. You can even see the cloud structure on this camera here. This is at Kingdom City, so we're looking east. So the tornadic part of the storm would be behind this camera, coming from the left. And it is near constant lightning. That is a crazy amount of lightning. Regardless of the tornado, I think I mentioned this a minute ago, but regardless of any tornadic threat, this is a massive amount of surging winds. It's already hitting I-70 here. So you need to treat this like a tornado anyway. Lindbergh, Stevens, Hereford, Eastville, Earl, Millersburg, down towards Fulton and Carrington, Callaway, Kingdom City. This is a big surge of winds here on the southern flank of this storm. We're still far from the radar site, so it's still really hard to see exactly what's going on. But if this is your southern flank and your rear flank downdraft surging out here, you have a bit of an inflow notch here near Route E west of Ovaz. So your tornado is sitting in this little notch in here, and that's kind of where we see the rotation is back in here along Route E north of I-70 at the moment. Still radar indicated tornado. That would be basically around Hereford and Halton. That's where the strongest area of rotation is. Also just to the south of Youngers. We're looking at it from the St. Louis radar on the west side of St. Louis and St. Charles County. So we're seeing the winds away from the radar, pushing out through Youngers, and then here, Hereford and Stevens, we're seeing a pretty big surge of winds towards the radar, and then that trails out south. So your rotation is right in here. And that's where we've seen that inflow notch. A little bit of CC drop, but again, I can't really tell anything on the CC because there's a bunch of hail pretty well located close to the circulation, at least from what we're seeing in the upper atmosphere of this storm. We're still pretty far from the radar site, so we're seeing a little higher than the ground level, obviously. If any of this is reaching the ground, though, it's going to be covering those 70-mile-an-hour winds because at the non-ground level, we're seeing close to 80-mile-an-hour winds here. This is along I-70. If you don't have to travel this, please don't. Especially, get some dinner. It's a little later. What time is it? It's 9:48. But get a late dinner here in Columbia. If you're coming from the west, let this storm pass. And then also if you're coming from the east, just hang up around Warrenton, Jonesburg, or even Montgomery City. This is a dangerous storm with considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind, a potential tornado coming towards Ovaz, Fulton, Kingdom City. Our camera right here is located in Kingdom City. So our camera is located right here in Kingdom City along I-70. We saw the shelf cloud move through. Also see how it looks here from okay, no, never mind. This is the back end. This is from Columbia. So we're looking towards the tornadic part of the storm. We're seeing some of the clouds of the shelf deck and near constant lightning. This is our camera here in Kingdom City. And we're looking east, so the storm is still going to be behind us. This both cameras here are looking east, so we're looking towards the storm from Columbia, and we're basically planted right in the path of it here in Kingdom City. And look at the lightning on both of these. Just an amazing amount of lightning. Wow, just an absolutely amazing amount of lightning. Once again, this is a tornado warning continuing here in central Missouri. Columbia and points east. Columbia has now dropped from the immediate severe thunderstorm watch or warning, but if you don't have to drive east to Columbia, please don't. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter-size hail, and then a potential tornado coming towards Kingdom City, Fulton, Ovaz, and then some of the other communities in here: Pritchard, Hams Prairie, Toledo, Yucatan, Williamsburg, Callwood, Callaway, McCready, Eastville, Earl, Ovaz, Concord, Hatton, and Hereford. And we're also seeing a big surge of likely damaging winds coming along I-70 here. Area of rotation just sitting north of that. In that little inflow notch, that's where we're seeing the circulation here. So as this slowly slides south and east, we can get a little bit better picture of this from the St. Louis radar. But we're seeing that notch in here. So it's a pretty hefty supercell. And then our area rotation right in that inflow notch with wind surging out on this southern flank. That is a dangerous looking supercell, and it's in a pretty populated area. Not the most populated, but it's close to Columbia, Missouri here, and along the I-70 corridor between Kansas City and St. Louis. Back further behind this, Columbia, you guys may not be done. You have severe storms up near Fayette and Higbee, Glasgow, Slater. Those are all sliding south and east as well, so you may get back into some severe weather. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind seems to be the primary threat with most of these storms at the moment. And that stretches all the way back. Keatsville, Glasgow, Slater, Marshall, Carleton, Bosworth, Waverly. And then still some pretty strong storms between there. Norburn, Richmond, Bramer, Lawson. But then back north of Kansas City towards Plattsburgh, Smithville, and Kearney. That's where we get another severe thunderstorm for ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, I think the primary threat here for Kansas City is probably going to be split across the metro. If you're north and east of Kansas City, that's your best chance of severe weather. And if you're out here towards Topeka, Lawrence, and probably even Overland Park, I think you got a little slimmer chance with severe weather. Also checking in on Wichita. Wichita had some strong storms. Most of those have pushed off to your south. Still south of Wichita, and then also out towards Augusta and El Dorado, Kansas. Other big storm is over here in the Texas Panhandle and also the Oklahoma Panhandle with some large hail and destructive 70-mile-an-hour winds crossing Route 270 with golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's south of Gate, southeast of Beaver, and just to the north of Dorset and Follett, Texas. The Oklahoma Panhandle in here, this is Texas down here. And Liberal, Kansas. This is Kansas here. And then this is Oklahoma. Oklahoma Panhandle is just a county wide. So that's what we're looking at here, that most of the storm is in the Oklahoma Panhandle, but it's about to cross into the very northeast corner of the Texas Panhandle. So they're going to coordinate a little bit here. Instead of these individual severe thunderstorms, warnings, they're going to replace that with a larger box here. You can see that flashing it with the black and yellow for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, that may stretch eventually into Columbia, but right now it covers Boonville, New Franklin, Nelson, Marshall, Waverly, and then a bunch of those towns I already just mentioned. Strongest storm here pushing towards Kingdom City. This is our camera out of Kingdom City, so we're about to get slammed from the other side of this camera. We can also take a look. This is our view out of Columbia at US 63 looking east. So we can again see those storms just to the east of Columbia with near constant lightning. But I'm very curious, this camera here is woo. There's probably a lot of cloud to ground lightning hitting just around this camera because there are some really bright flashes of lightning. There's still quite a bit of cars out there. If you don't have to travel, please don't. Columbia and points east right now between Columbia and Williamsburg. Again, if you know anyone that's out here driving, please let them know. That way they don't drive into a tornadic supercell here. Area rotation is in this area here near Eastville, It may slide a little bit south and east of our camera. So earlier it looked like our camera was kind of center line for it, our camera right here in Kingdom City, but it may be sliding a little bit further south. Either way, this is a dangerous storm. You also have damaging wind pushing out here towards Fulton, Missouri. And even outside the tornado warning here, likely damaging wind pushing towards Ovaz, Kingdom City. So please be in your safe space here. Starting to get a little bit of rain, looks like hitting the camera lens. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's probably right along I-70 at the moment. So the cars coming towards us are driving towards the tornado. The ones driving away from us are going away from this thing. Yeah, the entire scene gets illuminated by all the lightning out here. And it is constant lightning. That is just amazing. Wow. Yeah, just absolutely amazing amount of lightning here. Once again, a tornado warning continues here for Fulton, Kingdom City. They're going to shrink the tornado warning a little bit here. Let me just check the update on this. It is still just radar indicated, but seeing a pretty somewhat tight area for rotation with a few CC drops. It's hard to tell that we're so far from the radar site. It'd be really hard to confirm that at the moment. But this is crossing I-70, this area of rotation towards Kingdom City, Fulton, Callaway, Callwood, Earl, and then down here towards Pritchard, Hams Prairie, and towards the east here, Yucatan, Toledo, Callwood. Please be in your safe space. Kingdom City down to Fulton, Missouri. That severe thunderstorm warning for considerable threat extends down towards Holt Summit and New Bloomfield. So please take that seriously here. If you're out ahead of this storm, you need to be in your shelter if you're in the tornado warned area, but also in a sturdy structure if you're in the considerable threat area. And this is pretty quickly bearing down on Fulton here with likely damaging winds, but then the tornado back here by Earl and Eastville. Earl and Eastville getting into the tornadic part of the storm, and then the damaging wind threat extending out here. Can start to see some clouds building here just off our camera. This is would not be the wall cloud, but just probably the line here of the heavier rain just about pushing into Kingdom City. Yeah, the tornadic threat would just back the west of our camera here. Along HH and I-70 here near Eastville. A really dangerous storm here in central Missouri. We're following other dangerous storms. This is the only tornado warning at the moment, but really quickly, maybe just check in on some of these other storms here. Still pretty strong storms, quarter-sized hail near Kankakee and Bourbonnais, Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few larger hailstorms in there. Coal City also has a pretty good chunk of hail. And then also down into Fowler, Indiana, Attica, Indiana, areas around Danville, Illinois, Champaign, Urbana, here in western Illinois, eastern Illinois, western Indiana. You guys have some strong storms there. The other considerable threat storm is the golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds pushing along Route 270 here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, coming towards Follett, Texas, just in the very northeast corner of the Texas Panhandle. Also have pretty strong thunderstorms around Wichita and points east of Wichita, non-severe at the moment. North of Kansas City, we have severe thunderstorms from Smithville, Kearney, and Plattsburgh, Kansas City north. And then also strong storms towards Excelsior Springs, Lawson, Richmond, Polo, and Bramer. We pick up the severe warnings, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Norborne, Waverly, Carlton, Bosworth, Brunswick, Slater, Marshall, Nelson, Glasgow, Fayette, New Franklin, and Boonville, Missouri, all along and north of I-70 here at the moment. St. Louis, you guys are clear for now and likely through the evening here. We'll see about that. There's a couple of general showers, maybe a rumble of thunder in St. Louis and points east around Alton. But overall, the severe storms have kind of split the St. Louis metro. We've seen a few metro areas get kind of split with the storms. Focusing it back in on our tornado warning. Again, damaging winds approaching Fulton here. So even if you're outside the tornadic circulation, this is a 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat here with small hail, 1-inch hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That tornadic circulation is back here near Earl and Eastville. On the last scan, it lost a lot of punch. So hopefully it's broadening out. But if there is anything that's back in here near HH and I-70, we're into the rain and possibly hail here in our camera here in Kingdom City. This is a nasty storm. Let's see here. This is going to be here. And let me take a minute here and check this out. Let's see. Tornado warning continuing here for you guys around Kingdom City in central Missouri. Okay, there we go. Got the camera kind of framed up just a little bit better so we can see everything just a little bit better. But there it is here, Kingdom City. We're getting pretty heavy rain and storms. Maybe some hail in here. The rotation is going to pass just to your south. It may be reorganizing. We're seeing that old rotation up here in the storm, but there's still a little bit of an inflow notch down here. So we'll have to see if we may be getting some reorganization in this area here. So our old area rotation, and then possibly our new area rotation. Also see a pretty big hail core still in here too. So this is a dangerous storm, even if it doesn't have a tornado in it. And again, Kingdom City, we're here. We're into the rain, hail, and constant lightning. Just absolutely constant lightning. We can take a look at this storm also from the perspective of Columbia, Missouri. This is the east side of Columbia, Missouri at Highway 63. Still have lightning in Columbia, but also looking towards that storm, you can see the lightning off in the distance. It's getting a little bit south of this camera. But yeah, that is a crazy storm. So we're in it right now here in Kingdom City. Columbia, again, you guys may not be done with the severe weather. There are strong storms here back towards Boonville and all the way back through Carlton, Marshall, Richmond, and Smithville, north of Kansas City. Very strong storms. Continue watching this area here near Fulton, north of Jefferson City. I need a refill on my lemonade, so I'm going to put this into motion, let it play for a minute, and then grab a refill on the drink. Okay, we're back here. I just had to take the dogs out, so took a little longer than I thought. Good news is this area here around Fulton has broadened out. We started to see that on the last couple scans. And it is non-tornadic here now. You can actually see that as it came through. It definitely loosened up. A bit of a shear line now with the winds. Also, the good news is the returns are coming down, so this storm has decreased in its intensity here. But a new severe thunderstorm warning is extended out to Chamois and Lynn, Missouri, along US 50, Mocaine, and also here areas around New Bloomfield, and just east of Fulton here. So still a pretty strong storm. Still seeing the lightning here on our traffic cam at Kingdom City. Actually starting to see some lightning behind us still. And that is likely lightning here. Again, our Kingdom City cam is right here at 54 and 70, but it's looking east. We're likely seeing some of the lightning that's back through Columbia, Missouri here at the moment. Still some pretty strong storms back here. And we can actually take a look at those. Let's take a look. This is another camera here in Columbia at Stadium Boulevard, I-70 and Stadium. And let's see, that one's not pulling up. This is our other camera here at Highway 63 and Columbia, Missouri here. So right up in this area, we did have some thunderstorm wind damage. It's large trees down and some power outages here in Boone County, 3 miles north of Columbia. So pretty strong storm coming into Columbia here still. Just kind of marginally severe limits. There's also some considerable threat for golf ball size hail in these storms up in this area towards Norburn and Waverly, Marshall, Slater, Carlton. Pretty strong storm also here near Richmond. And then strong storms Kearney and Smithville north of Kansas City. Yeah, we're seeing pretty good surge of winds here. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended to a severe thunderstorm warning around Richmond. Probably connect this whole cluster up with another warning here. That's a pretty strong storm near Richmond in Missouri. Also watching some strong storms south of Wichita. And then we still have a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles along US 270 Slapout, Oklahoma. In Beaver County, we had a 79 mile an hour wind gust, 80 mile an hour. That's pushing through Texas. Again, this is Texas here. So we're in Oklahoma in the Panhandle, and then we're into western Oklahoma here, and then Texas is. So this storm is going to go from Oklahoma to Texas briefly, and then back into Oklahoma. So we're seeing that down here at Shattuck and Gage, Oklahoma. You guys are in the warning ahead of all this, pushing out through Follett, Texas here at the moment. There is some rotation in that storm, but mostly it is a large hail-producing thunderstorm and also damaging winds. 70 mile an hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Actually, the old warning has it up to 80 destructive severe thunderstorm with 80 mile an hour winds. I guess that's true. It's in the 70 listed, but it is an 80 mile an hour wind severe thunderstorm. new warning here. This is going to basically do what I thought they'd do, and they extended that into Richmond, and then also down here through Eustonia, Concordia, and Higginsville, Missouri. Again, we see those strong winds surging here just to the south of Richmond. Storm is north and east of Kansas City, Liberty, and then Smithville and Kearney with some hail and gusty winds. Good news is the storms have gone below severe limits here south of Juliet, between Juliet and Lafayette, Indiana. Still may get a warning or two out of this cluster of storms, but right now it is non-severe. Bourbonnais, Kankakee, Morocco, Kentland, Fowler, and then around Lafayette, Indiana. Those strong storms that were in Western Ontario have pushed into Western Ontario. That's a pretty good hailstorm here near Stratford, Ontario. And then we also have had an extension of those severe thunderstorms in Ontario. They have now pushed into upstate New York. So we're now on the New York side of the St. Lawrence Seaway here. Wow. Oh, yeah, we can drop our tornado tag, but this is New York City, or New York State: Messina, Bombay, Westville, Malone, Bangor, Mariah, Potsdam, Parishville, Pierrepont, Canton, DeKalb, Russell, Governor, Fowler, Philadelphia, Rossi, and then areas here. Let's see if we can zoom in, if there's any towns. Natural Bridge, Kimball Mill, Harrisville, Jordan Falls, areas around Watertown, New York. So wow, we have seen storms push through Ontario and Quebec and now into upstate New York. Nothing new out of the SPC other than they focused an area here with a discussion from, basically west of St. Louis. This whole kind of area here in the severe thunderstorm watch area, they've highlighted for extended threat here for gusty winds and hail continuing. So that's kind of the focus here of severe weather in Missouri here at the moment. Right, just updating the stream. It looks good. Thanks for watching, everyone. New severe thunderstorms actually building up here near Seneca, Kansas. Seneca, Kansas here. Also Sabetha and Hiawatha up here in very northeastern Kansas. Those have upscaled 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. We also had an extension here of 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds in that storm around Smithville. This has been kind of widened a little bit, so Gladstone and Clacamo, also Liberty, Kearney, Excelsior Springs are in that warning, severe thunderstorm warning there around Smithville. Back towards Richmond, Higginsville, Waverly, Concordia, Sweet Springs, Eustonia, all severe warned. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. And then golf ball size hail considerable threat extends through Marshall, New Franklin, Boonville, Nelson, and near Pilot Grove. Columbia right now is just outside of the warning, but some strong storms, and we're seeing those here push through Columbia. The storm that was tornado warned earlier, now south and east of Fulton, has also dropped off considerably here. Not even a high wind threat. That went from a considerable threat severe thunderstorm to almost nothing here in just a few minutes. We do have some damage from north of Columbia, Hallsville. Trees down, power out. Tree fell in a house. Occupants are trapped. Fire personnel on scene. That's why we say go to the lowest level, especially if you're in an area that has a lot of trees. Trees fell in a moving vehicle, Highway B near OO. So please take these warnings seriously, especially these considerable threats, severe thunderstorms, and the ones with tornado possibles and also tornado warnings. Multiple trees down on houses in Higbee. Multiple power lines down, power outages in Rennick. Armstrong, Missouri, several power lines down. Power outages in northern Howard County. So this storm has had a pretty good history here of producing damaging wind. This is why this whole area is considerable threat. As this sinks down along the I-70 corridor, we're going to continue to see a pretty considerable threat here. And like I said before, Kansas City, especially north and east of Kansas City, that's where your strongest chance of severe weather is for tonight. We may get grazed here by this storm in Smithville. So we'll see this track south and east across Grain Valley and the northeast side at Kansas City. Likely right now affecting areas here around Smithville, Gladstone, Pleasant Valley, and Liberty. But later on, Independence, Buckner, Blue Spring, Grain Valley, Oak Grove, even down towards Raytown, Unity Village, and even Lee's Summit. Get ready for those storms here because they are coming your way. This whole line of storms is moving basically southeast. Our other severe warnings have come out of this storm. Considerable threat for 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds and at least 1-inch hail. The biggest hail right now would be over Follett, Texas right now. And then that'll come back into Oklahoma, Gage and Shattuck, Oklahoma. Also down towards Higgins, Texas. There is some rotation in there, but most of this is for the large hail. Watching Miami, strongest storms right now are south of Miami. The Florida Keys right now have been getting hit pretty hard with rounds of rain and storms. But down towards Route 1 in Homestead, Florida, and just off the shore, that is where our strongest storms are at the moment. There's a view of Miami, cloudy Miami right now, but dry. Earlier, we got some great views out of Miami. We had rainbows. With the heavy rain that moved through, and then rainbow, and then also sunset. Severe storms also ongoing here in upstate New York. Small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds extending from Cornwall in Ontario and Messina, New York, all the way down here towards Governor, Oswegatchie, areas here, Pierrepont, Malone, along US Route 11, and up in here in the St. Lawrence Valley. See if I zoom in if there's anything up here. Fine, Piercefield, Malone, Westville, and Bombay. This area here has a tornado possible tag near Philadelphia, New York. Let's see. Yeah, maybe back here when the warning was started, there was a bit of rotation near Teresa and Antwerp and Philadelphia. That has broadened as it's going eastbound, so that is a good sign there. But still some gusty winds, Philadelphia, New York, down towards Watertown. Pretty good amount of storms here in upstate New York tonight. Just taking a look, it's a bit quieter at the moment, so let me just take a look at the forecast for tomorrow. I was looking at the HRRR model. This is still our day one here. It's still a, let's see, let me put this back on. Still an enhanced risk. It's a small enhanced risk area here in the Kansas City area and then into just western Illinois, mostly along I-70 and points just to the north. We still have this slight risk that stretches down through the St. Louis metro, also eastern Illinois, and then back all the way down into the Texas Panhandle with that slight risk. Still a little bit of a marginal risk outside of that. People are joking on social media that the risk outline today looks like a goldfish cracker, which it kind of does. And then, surprised there's not a marginal risk up here, but I guess in the near term there's a bit of a marginal risk up here. Tomorrow, this all shifts, and we'll get a look here at tomorrow. Tomorrow, this all shifts to the northeast. The storms up here, the models have kind of dying out in upstate New York and maybe getting into upstate Vermont. But those storms basically die out. It's new storms that tomorrow afternoon will develop back here into kind of west central Pennsylvania and then also into New York State. Those will move through the northeast corridor tomorrow. And depending on how much daytime heating and destabilization we get in here, that's really going to determine how strong these storms are when they get into pretty favorable environment here, stretching from just north of Washington, D.C., all the way up through Harrisburg, Lancaster, Reading, up towards areas just around New York City, especially up the Hudson Valley a bit on the northern side of New York City, and then also Connecticut and into the Boston area and especially Western Mass. So depending on how strong those storms are when they get going here tomorrow afternoon in central to western Pennsylvania and southwest New York, that's really going to determine how strong they are on the East Coast. This front that that's caused all this kind of trails back like this tomorrow and can spark more storms here in the high plains. So Denver, up towards Cheyenne, and then a lot of southwest Nebraska and northwest Kansas are in a pretty good risk. What's going to happen here is a lot of individual cells will fire along and ahead of the Rockies, and then those are going to, looks like the models have kind of forming a cluster of an MCS that travels across Kansas and Nebraska tomorrow. So again, these models aren't 100% accurate a lot of times, but they give us an idea what's going to happen. It's individual storms clustering through the evening and then pushing through Kansas and Nebraska. So a couple different modes. Initially, the models have some discrete cells in this area here in western Pennsylvania up into southwest New York, even a little bit into southern and eastern Ohio. So we'll have to see about that. If there are any discrete cells, that could push a little bit of a higher severe threat back further. So we'll have to see about that one. And then also the models still have a big plume of tropical moisture still feeding up through South Florida. So we'll also start to see if Invest 90L does anything. Still big question marks whether it actually forms anything tropical or even semi-tropical. A 90L kind of tracked across central Florida the last 48 hours or so. Hasn't been the full culprit of this tropical moisture, but it's certainly enhanced it a little bit. And then it's kind of whatever the tail of this is still dragging tropical moisture across South Florida. So it's not the full reason there's already tropical moisture. There's a stalled front across North Florida. That's also enhanced moisture. And then there's also a high pressure, a Bermuda high out this way that's funneled the moisture up through here. So it's not fully the result of 90L. Actually, 90L is kind of a result of all this moisture and the frontal boundary and the high pressure and the funneling of all this moisture up through here. So we'll see if anything develops in here. Not fully sold on it yet. It didn't look particularly great when it was in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, but if anything does form in here, this frontal boundary that's coming through with the severe weather tonight and then into the northeast tomorrow, that's going to steer everything. It's going to steer 90L and keep it going up along the front north and east and out of the U.S. So 90L, whether it becomes a named storm or even a tropical depression, it's no threat to us. It's going to be out and over open water. It'll thread the needle between Bermuda and the East Coast. And the models don't even show a lot. It could be a few enhanced showers on Saturday and in the very tip here of North Carolina on the Outer Banks. So that is the only area that could get a little enhancement here from 90L. Otherwise, it's gone. And we do have an area of interest and invest area here that the National Hurricane Center has, I think, a little higher chance of forming. They have a maybe a 30 or 40% chance. I haven't looked in a little bit, but this is an area that we highlighted on our last quick cast the other day. So take a look at the quick cast. I'm not here to do clickbait stuff, so some other videos may have, Category 5 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, stuff like that. I don't do that stuff. We're not here to clickbait, but the models were pretty consistent the last couple of days of showing something developing down here. And now the National Hurricane Center is monitoring this area. So again, still not for sure, but there is a potential area of development here. And with the high pressure that's building into the East Coast, as well as that Bermuda High back there, the flow around all these high pressures is clockwise, and that will likely keep things pushed towards Mexico if anything does develop. A few models have something coming up kind of like this, but I don't think so. I think if it is in the U.S., it would affect very southern Texas. Regardless of that, if anything does develop in here, even if the center pushes into Mexico, basically going west, there will be a little bit of moisture that comes for sure into South Texas, if not up towards the Houston area. So next week, this could be an area that gets an enhanced, kind of like we've seen here in South Florida, gets an enhanced push of tropical moisture. Again, not a developed system, but some type of tropical moisture coming up into South Texas. Any system would be further south, likely coming into Mexico. So just a heads up there for a little bit of increased showers, storms, really actually from kind of the central Gulf in Louisiana all the way through South Texas next week. Could see an enhanced risk of rainstorms and certainly some surf. Long way out still, and that's not even for certain, but if that kind of scenario does set up, and even actually without that, the high pressure that builds a heat dome here in the U.S., that is actually going to funnel some moisture up through Texas also, which could create stormy conditions here in the high plains next week and the weekend, over the weekend too. There's also a bit of a trough that looks like it's going to try to dig back down into the northern plains, so that could bring an enhanced area of precip back into the northern plains and the high plains this weekend. And then the East Coast this weekend is going to start to cook. Behind this front, there's a day or so of nicer weather. Today, I think, was the nicer weather day here because this front has come through Minneapolis and the western Great Lakes. It's now kind of in this area here, somewhat like this. So tomorrow, the nice day for Chicago and Michigan, but then as soon as this front kind of pulls away on Saturday and especially into Sunday, that high pressure builds in and we really get a lot of warm air juicing up here into the Great Lakes, and next week into Washington, D.C., Baltimore, New York, Boston. It's going to be into the 90s, it looks like, this week coming up here. So a pretty warm Father's Day coming up for a lot of the eastern part of the U.S. and the West. This time of year obviously stays hot too in the Southwest. So I think the only cooler spot for Father's Day is maybe going to be Seattle and Portland. That's a quick look at the whole the whole thing. Let's see. 9:48 in the Central Time Zone, or 10:48, sorry, in the Central Time Zone. It's almost midnight Eastern, so we'll take this at least through midnight Eastern. Let me clear off the real quick categories. Let's see, tomorrow. A little bit of tornadic category here in the high plains. And a wind threat, high plains and also the East Coast. And a hail threat, high plains and a little bit in the East Coast. Again, depending if the storms fire and how strong they get early, would not rule out a little bit of a tornado threat in this area here. We'll have to see about that tomorrow. Depending on how quickly they upscale and feisty they get, there could be a little bit of a tornado and a little bit of a hail threat up in this area. We'll get more model guidance even tomorrow morning. All right, let's go back to our storms here in New York State. Okay, I see what the models are saying here. These are quickly running out of gas, but they're surging through here east of Route 11. We can see just back a little bit, they were pretty strong storms coming across Canada here, Brockville and Cornwall into western New York. But within the last few scans, we can see a lot of those reds and oranges are dropping out. So the models do seem to have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. There's maybe a little bit of a flood threat on the southern end of this because we can see their storms training back all the way to just east of Toronto on Lake Ontario. And all this has to kind of come through Watertown. So Kingston, Belleville on the Ontario side, and then Watertown and the areas here north of Oswego, New York. Would not be surprised if we get a little bit of a flood threat enhanced there, especially around Watertown, New York. It's going to be a pretty good amount of training thunderstorms, it looks like. Storms in northern Indiana, non-severe. Wouldn't be shocked if you get a severe warning out of those storms. They're slowly waning, but some pretty hefty thunderstorms still. And then St. Louis, you guys have really gotten skipped over tonight. Just some general showers and storms around. Still some strong storms south of Columbia. We can still see the lightning flashing on those. But our severe storms are back now. Considerable threat for Warrensburg, Grain Valley, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I've said it all night, basically Kansas City east. It looks like that's what's going to happen. You may get clipped with a few showers and storms, but the severe storms are basically east side of Kansas City. Let's see, Liberty, Independence, Buckner, Warwick, Blue Springs, Oak Grove, Lee's Summit, Unity Village, Greenwood, Lone Jack, over towards Odessa, Lake Lafayette, Warrensburg, Knobnoster, Lamont, Kingsville, Holden, and Green Ridge in Missouri. This is your strongest storm here. 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat and some hail in here. And we can see that surging across I-70 right now. Also strong storms Marshall down to Sedalia, Boonville, Columbia, and approaching Jefferson City. Here's a good look at those storms. This is at Oak Grove, Missouri, which is right here. Right here near Grain Valley and Oak Grove. Pretty good amount of lightning in those storms. Still have some strong storms hanging on south and east of Wichita down towards Winfield and Arkansas City in south central Kansas. And then our storm down here still has some small hail and gusty winds. This was the storm that had the 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 79-mile-an-hour over Slapout, Oklahoma, and Beaver County. Follett down towards Higgins and Shattuck and Arnott. Hail has come down on that storm, and it's now down to a 60-mile-an-hour storm. So I think we're starting to see the storms calm down a little bit. Pretty strong storm still here south of Miami. Even a couple showers here back into the Miami-Dade County area, but the strongest storms have pushed off of the Florida Keys, off Isla Morada, and south of Biscayne Bay. Yeah, south of Homestead. Still have another batch of storms pushing in to Key West and points south of there. Havana, looks like a rough night in Havana. A lot of the models, though, have another another wave kind of coming up tomorrow over central or over South Florida. So looks like another rainy day tomorrow in South Florida. Yeah, a lot of there are kind of two modes in Kansas it seems today. There was the in western Kansas it was a wind mode, and in northeast Kansas it was a hail mode. So kind of two clusters of storms, and then this one had a couple clusters in here. But interesting day for severe weather. And then I think this area here verified pretty good by the Storm Prediction Center. It had some 4 to 5 inch hail in northern Missouri, also some wind damage, also a few tornadoes looks like. And then we had the one confirmed tornado north of Macomb. And then a lot of these storms here had some wind damage along the I-74 corridor from Galesburg down to Peoria, Bloomington, and Danville area right now. So, yeah, and then we had fun playing in our little northeast Missouri, western Illinois, and southeast Iowa radar hole. Again, call your congressperson, let them know you need a radar site. This is an area that does get quite a bit of severe weather, all hazards, and does not have good radar coverage in northern Missouri, southeast Iowa, and western Illinois. We have to rely on radars from I-55 in Lincoln, Illinois, or west of St. Louis, or southeast of Kansas City to try and see this. Or I guess technically also from Davenport, and even on the back end towards Des Moines. So we need a radar somewhere in here. Even if it wasn't fully centered, even if it was in the Quincy area, that would be better than nothing. Considerable threat still, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This has been added on here. Warrensburg, Lamont, Sedalia, Smithton, Windsor, and down towards Clinton, Missouri here. So if you're between Clinton and Warrensburg, and really Clinton and I-70, this is a big mess of storms coming at you. We have our camera here at Grain Valley looking at these storms. Yeah, that's the best look we're going to get at them. Let's see what the SPC has. Nothing new from the SPC. I wouldn't be shocked if they, depending on how feisty these storms stay, I would not be shocked if there's an extension of some sort of the severe thunderstorm watch. Maybe from I-44 up to where the watch is right now. Again, I don't know how far south. The models don't particularly love taking these. A couple model runs do, and then a couple model runs just have them kind of dying out along I-70. So we'll see. I think they're going to go a little longer. I kind of agree with more of the models that take it kind of south and east here. And especially with the storms backbuilding a little bit towards Kansas City. Would not be shocked if the SPC extends some type of watch. Severe thunderstorm watch likely would be somewhere in this area here. I don't know if Joplin would be in it. I don't know if Springfield would even be in it. It could be something, I think, between I-44 and the current watch area. So even if there's no watch, I would just, if I lived in this little area here, I'd watch out for these storms, especially here on the northern side of that towards Sedalia. these things are pretty strong still, and they're going south, southeast. Not at a very fast pace, but they're there. And they have not died off like some of the storms in Kansas. And also, these storms are actually almost expires. These are expiring in 1 minute. We'll see. There it goes. Still a little bit stronger down in this area here. So, yeah, if there's any certain severe weather, it'd be in this area here towards Fine. And still a couple strong storms over the lake here. Could be a couple stronger storms into Watertown tonight here. But in general, yeah, the models have these kind of dying out pretty quickly here into upstate New York. So that looks like it's going to verify. They're going to extend this storm down towards Arnett, Higgins, and that looks like not a lot of population down here, but along US 60, Arnett, Oklahoma, Higgins, Texas. For 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is the storm that produced the 79-mile-an-hour wind gust in the in the Oklahoma Panhandle a little bit ago. Finished up the lemonade. Yeah, very interesting day for severe weather. Not a lot of tornadoes. Only, I think, one officially confirmed. May have had another tornado or two here in north central Missouri. But we'll wait and see what the Weather Service has to say about those. We're getting into the rain here. Look at the camera here. We had a pretty good view of the cloud deck and even the lights from Kansas City a little bit. At least the light pollution on the horizon. But now that is closed in here with some heavy rain, thunder, lightning. Not a ton of cars on I-70. It is not a fun night on I-70. If you don't have to travel I-70 between Columbia and Kansas City, please don't. Just don't. These storms mean business, especially here west of Columbia and east of Kansas City. Those are considerable threats, severe thunderstorms. 70-mile-an-hour wind. We've really started to lose the hail. A lot of times that tends to happen as the wind picks up, the hail threat decreases. But even without the hail, this is a dangerous batch of thunderstorms here. There we go. The camera's still going. Looks like it's underwater. There's so much water hitting the camera right now. You can kind of see the rain curtains just blowing. The rain curtains just blowing across the camera. If you're out ahead of this, please take it seriously. Considerable threat. Severe thunderstorms around Warrensburg, Sedalia, Clinton, Missouri. And again, 70-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail possible, but 70-mile-an-hour winds can do a lot of damage. It can take down trees, power lines. It can certainly impact a mobile home. So if you have a mobile home and you're down here towards Clinton or points between Clinton and Warrensburg, please have your safety plan in measure. And really, yeah, if you're in a mobile home, you don't just need to have a tornado action plan. You need to have a similar action plan for these types of events, these considerable threat, severe thunderstorms that essentially, for a mobile home, act very similar to a tornado. We just had a amateur radio report here on County Line Road and Highway 13 in Fayetteville, Missouri, Johnson County. 70-mile-an-hour reported wind gusts. So that is right here just off of I-70, south of Higginsville, north of Warrensburg. This is also about to impact US 50. US 50 from Sedalia, Smithton, Knob Noster, Warrensburg, Holden, and towards Lee's Summit. Another well-traveled highway. Yeah, we're really seeing those surge of winds here push through this area here. there's those strong winds. And really see that. That is, let's see. That's why this the wind profile tool isn't 100% accurate. Because where the 70-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported, we're seeing 51. It's not coming directly towards the radar, so we can get a better profile when it's directly towards the radar. So this area here, out here towards Buckner, see, that one is showing a little bit higher winds, 61, 63. So there is probably 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds in some of these storms, especially where that higher amounts of precip are. In this area here, actually kind of by our camera, Oak Grove to Odessa, and then up towards Buckner here. Looks like our camera froze up. Yeah, there's water hitting this camera. Pretty good. Those strong storms here are just pushing along US 50 here. Sedalia over to Warrensburg. And then the other thing that we have to really pay attention to here is Clinton over to Warsaw, Lori, Versailles. This is some pretty popular recreational area. These are Lake of the Ozarks and Osage Beach, Truman Reservoir. Yeah, Warsaw, White Branch, Osceola, and Clinton area. This is a really popular area for recreation. So these storms are headed that way from the north. So if you know anyone, there's a lot of people that from Kansas City and from St. Louis and from Springfield head up to the Lake of the Ozarks. And so there's a lot of people in here that are in cottages, in camping trailers, in mobile homes, and some condos. And they may not know that's coming. Also, there's a lot of boat docks, and maybe even people just chilling and sleeping on the boat, especially a hot and humid night like tonight here in central Missouri. They need to know there's pretty severe thunderstorms coming their way. So if you're in this area, or if you have family and friends in this area, give them a call, give them a text. I know it's late at night. It's 11:07 Central Time. So happy Friday to people on the East Coast. It's 12:07 on the East Coast. But yeah, let them know if you know any friends or family out here. Let them know that there's severe storms coming from the north. So a lot of people in this area tend to look for the west at severe storms. These ones are coming from the north. So Jefferson City, pretty strong storms to Columbia. And then this area here is the considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds from Sedalia, Warrensburg, back towards Grain Valley. These storms are downtrending near Higgins, Texas, and Arnett, Oklahoma. Good to see that. Few strong storms still here in south central Kansas, Winfield, Cedar Valley, Arkansas City. Those may drift down into Oklahoma towards Pawhuska. And we still have a couple stronger storms northeast Kansas near Hiawatha and Seneca, Kansas. We'll see if those get towards Kansas City or not. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds in those storms. And then, actually, a severe thunderstorm warning recently while we were looking at those storms around Kansas City. Severe thunderstorm warning for these storms here west of Indianapolis. Those are moving towards Indianapolis with some gusty winds and maybe some $half size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a severe thunderstorm warning or two out of this storms up here in northwest Indiana too. Some of that storm activity may get through Dayton, but Don't think it's going to be severe by the time it's that way. Most of this should be just general thunderstorms here tonight in Indiana. And then we are going to get a continuation of the 60-mile-an-hour winds, severe thunderstorms here, still for Malone, Bangor, Paul Smiths, that area here, up here in the mountains here in upstate New York. There has been actually some reports here of some down power lines and down tree. So there's some pretty gusty winds still in these storms here in upstate New York. That extends up into the areas here south of Montreal. And then also some strong but not severe storms near Watertown. And like I mentioned earlier, Watertown may get a few more rounds of strong storms. This is also an area that a little concerned about from Belleville to Kingston to the areas around Watertown for a little bit of flooding. This is some training thunderstorms over the same general area. So heavy rain and thunderstorms over that same general area. A couple rounds there in store for Watertown, New York. And a few strong storms still up here near Sarnia and Lexington, Michigan. Some gusty winds and small hail possible in that little cluster of storms. Otherwise, things seem to be on the downtrend. A lot of the models have a lot of this activity downtrending, especially this area here in the Great Lakes should downtrend overnight. And also this area here in Kansas and the Texas Panhandle should downtrend. If there's any storms that are going to keep going, the models kind of highlighted these storms again. Would not be shocked if this area around Lake of the Ozarks gets a severe thunderstorm watch. Somewhere in here, would probably guess there's going to be an extended severe thunderstorm watch because these storms don't seem to be dying out particularly fast, and they're going to move in south and east through this area. May get down to Springfield early morning with some storms. I don't think they're going to be severe, but basically along US 65 here, even towards Branson, wouldn't be totally shocked if the storms get down that way. And certainly east of 65, I think there's even a better chance of storms. Lebanon, St. Robert, maybe down towards West Plains. Again, if you're going to work early in the morning tomorrow, that could be, those storms could be down in this area by then. Don't know how severe they're going to be, but they might be there. So we'll see if they get down this far. And yeah, in between there, that's where, if I had to highlight any continued near-term severe weather threat, it's this area around Lake of the Ozarks. That's going to do it tonight. We'll wrap things up here. And then there's a look again at the areas around Grain Valley. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and a big surge of wind pushing through Warrensburg, Sedalia, Grain Valley right now, and then approaching eventually Clinton, Warsaw, Versailles, Eldon, Laurie. Also pretty hefty storms over towards Jefferson City. And that all is approaching Lake of the Ozarks and Truman Reservoir here in central Missouri. So heads up tonight, stay weather aware, have multiple ways to get warnings, and we'll see you on the next live stream. Likely tomorrow, especially with the threat here in the populated areas in the Northeast, and also the threat here in the Front Range and the Denver metro tomorrow. We'll likely be on tomorrow as well. And also we'll continue watching the flood threat in Florida tomorrow, as it looks like another round of heavy rain and storms possible in South Florida tomorrow. So thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of the evening. And again, please stay weather aware, have multiple ways to get warnings. Have a NOAA weather radio. Recommend NOAA weather radio, and that'll keep you well informed of any warnings in your immediate area. And yeah, add that to your lists for camping. Add it to your lists for going to next time you go to the grocery store. They're generally at the big box stores. I saw some at Walmart the other day, back kind of towards the tech aisle. So a little bit of an interesting area for them. Sometimes they're towards auto parts, or depending on which store, they may be towards like the repair and home repair sections. But yeah, a lot of the big box stores have them. You can also get them online. But if you can get them, get them. It's a good idea to have a weather radio in your household. That way you can be alerted to things like this damaging wind threat coming towards Warrensburg and Sedalia, Missouri, with 70-mile-an-hour winds already. This is going to get extended out. 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat here. Harrisonville, Holden, Garden City, Archie, and Creighton in Missouri. Yeah, there's a live look at Oak Grove, Missouri. So that's right around Green Valley. There's Oak Grove right here. But yeah, strong storms east side of Kansas City, Green Valley down to Harrisonville, over to Clinton, and then back towards Sedalia, Boonville, and even strong storms back along US 50 towards Jefferson City. So stay safe tonight here in central Missouri, and also further south than that. So we'll be back on the next stream. Thank you guys, and have a great, safe evening.